Shalom, Shalom, Mashpaka, Goshen, Part 3. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get these uploaded. The first one's still not uploading. The second one I was able to transfer to the laptop just to make room. It's new. I'm not getting any kind of signal for a lot of this area right here. I try to stay in a couple places. One was Sturgis, and I'm forgetting the name of the other one. It was getting down to the wire. I had like 30 minutes left. I was trying to get my shot to help me. Thank baby for helping. But it was really too much to ask for with too little time to try and get it figured out. Those places don't allow overnight parking. That's crazy. Like the whole city, no overnight in the entire limit. The Walmart, nothing, right? Wow. Okay. Thanks, Philly. She found a Sinclair gas station that was in Piedmont, and I was able to stay there. And it was the little stovetop thing is working great. I did make chicken. It was a little bit undercooked deep inside there. I had to. I would have the lid. Would have helped a lot. It's like really hot surface. I put it as low as it can go, and it gets crazy hot and stuff wants to stick. Put some butter. It's water too, kind of like a bit of sauce to help. But it's definitely hot cooking surface. We're not going to go there. And it might not, I don't know if I'll be going there at all. To get Sioux Falls, I'm going to try to drop down to 80 and I'm going to try to stay down there. I'm going to try to stay clear to Chicago, traffic and whatnot. And tolls and stuff too. I can't get reimbursed tolls for going back to Goshen only when we're outbound. I slept fairly well. I did have more air in the mattress, which was making me losing. I don't know why it's losing so much, but the other one didn't really do that. And unfortunately, I kind of think it could have been my fault. The other one, that maybe I just, every time I touched the little solid, I prep for a few, let the pressure go up and turn off. And it could just be that me having it inflated like that, having all three bins, because it's before I had thinned all my stuff. I'm down to just one bin now, which is not positioned well right now. Jeez. It's always something. I had a bunch of water that I see dripping back underneath from the engine on the passenger side up pretty close to where the build-up is. I thought my contact from the BC still kind of flawed. It is. I really didn't stop. I think if it was like a quote-unquote leak, it would have continued, especially if it was some kind of coolant. Plus, it would have been clear. It was just like water. Keep an eye on it. I don't know. It seems like a lot. Everything else is going pretty great with the truck. Truck's running very, very strong. Our fuel, 315 miles. I'm going to be looking to top off everything and put the additive in. So I know I've been talking about that for a while, but opportunity hadn't really the entire auxiliary tank. So it's a rock. Not a lot to look at out here. I-90 eastbound, and exit 84. The storm. I don't know if you remember the storm from yesterday that we were kind of like chasing after somewhat, and just in a little bit into the rain. before having to stop for the last time. It was continuing on into North Dakota, which if I would have taken the 94, I would have gone that way. And Baruk Atah Yahuah that I did not, because the storm got pretty strong, and there was rips of actual whirlwind down. It's every day this one, guys. Judgments all over the place. And I went to McDonald's first thing this dawn to try to get these video files sorted out and see if I could get the day one uploaded, which it only got up to like 20%. Like, I'm not sitting here for however long. I have no idea how long that would take. I'm not doing it. Need to be on the move, but I couldn't. Very troubled in my Ruach, the discerning those folks that come like zombies to consume the dumb. It's so troubling. I was there at one point, so it's sad. I had no idea, obviously, as they have no idea. Nor would I probably have received it. You know what I mean? If somebody just told me, it would be like, yeah, okay, bud. A bit much. I'm not sure the total time and distance remaining to Goshen. We're gonna find out after I get to this fuel that I've been kind of aiming at for a while. Tada Abba that they did raise the price all up on me. That would really sucked. I didn't realize that they had these two right here. Probably bump into some construction in no time, right? It's usually what happens. I've seen some strange construction where it just goes on and on and on. You're not gonna believe it, but this is exit 88 right here again. And a little ways back there, right before I fired up the video, I was gonna mention it. It said 33 miles to wall drug, and I was like, really? Just continue to see it. Continue to see it. I don't know, bro. I don't like anything about it. I want to be able to just kind of up and disappear. Yeah, it is kind of like writing on the wall. It is kind of like sign of the times. What's really crazy is when we left Florida 5 years ago, I felt it. And I've felt it every single day since then. The impending sense of doom, like I am repelled in my Ruach, everything to do with this world. And I don't know where to go and how to protect and provide. You know, we left the city, we left the brick and stick. Now I've even left the corporate world, whatever. Trying to be out here being, my own business. Being my own boss, so to say. Well, technically you're really not. You know what I mean? Even when you're a homeowner, you technically your taxes and watch what happens. You know what I'm saying? Any little town that I run into, you'll see communities of people that believe the deception that they are free and they're 100% debt slaves. In some ways, the freest people in our society are the ones who they call homeless, that don't go and answer to some boss and whatever, man, live under a bridge or somehow off the land or what have you. But they're even not really free, like free indeed, to be free in Yahusha HaMashiach. And if we are free in Yahusha HaMashiach, then do we need to be from those things? We are in the world and not of the world. We are to be light in the darkness, so we can't depart from that dark and still be salt and light, preserving the truth, witnessing. A lot of people are going to reject what we say, but that's to their own condemnation. They're going to be without excuse. They're without excuse, you know. I don't know. Media's trying to portray Trump now as being like this Hamlet type character who can't decide what to do, who's on the fence, whose inability to make a difficult decision is going to cause there to be much chaos. And I'm like, okay, so those that say that they're Yashar'Al, who he's in allegiance with, are going to institute a fried fish style attack and blame it on the other side in order to suck America into the conflict. This is the same old playbook, bro. Same thing. Same exact thing as Pearl Harbor. Same exact thing as, you know, Twin City, Big Apple, number 9, you know. What is today? Today is Saturn's Day, June 6/21/2025. Again, look at my out here. How much can be used for crop? How much can be used for livestock? And I guess part of the smell is that, oh, well, that's, you know, property line in the person, they choose to do whatever they want with it. I'm not trying to come against any of that. So, like, we as a people can make a decision. I guess people don't want to raise up their own meat or vegetables or fruits or whatever. Even I want to, and I'm disabled. You know, if I can have the land and be free from this beast system, I don't know. Maybe Yahuah is right. We just gotta get up and get the heck out. One thing's for certain we would end up being amazed at how much time we have, right? To pick and choose what we want to do, what we have to do, because I'm sure we'll feel a lot of pressure to have to get a lot of different things in place. God, the amount of preparations and whatnot that are required, and that I'm just looking at putting into place. I guess he's going tomorrow. He's going to be gone for a long time. Well, as soon as they post the reduce the speed, I'll reduce the speed. I don't know what the reduce the speed is. Left lane closed, and here's the construction that I was easily able to predict. Wounded knee. Huh. At least they actually have equipment out here. I don't know. Is anybody working? Everything looks abandoned. Is today one of their HOLY days? Or is it just because it's Saturn's Day? I don't know. Ain't nobody there. It's all that equipment and ain't nobody around. Some pretty fancy properties on top of it right there. Yeah, some folks just got a lot of money, don't they? And it is kind of wild how it works when you look at it, because it doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't mean that they're the most righteous people. That's for sure. And it also doesn't mean that they're just the wisest people either. Nope. But it is true that the world rewards its own. Try to see what all they're saying in the news. Try to discern through the groupthink how they're swaying the minds of many. I don't have an issue with having to do this kind of work, or having to do having to work or nothing like that. It's really, really difficult because of the time that we're in. And I don't like being far away, Father. I know I'm not the first. I know that I've had countless numbers of brothers protect and provide for their own home. Seems counterintuitive, upside down and backwards, and it really kind of is, because this world's kind of backwards, you know. Sometimes looking upon the creation helps me. take my focus away a little bit from this wicked, evil, bloodthirsty system. Look at all that cattle on that ridge, on that little slope right there. This guy was going to try to box me in. Just all that water just sparkling in the sun down there. I want to just have my tribe and go take a dip. It's actually, it's saying 72, but it's like there you can feel a lot of heat. I guess it's because it's right on the screen. It's kind of beating down. Cedar Butte Road, 1 mile. Exit 109. I'm very curious to see how Abigail does with a 36-foot toy haul or fifth wheel, and also like the squat and stuff. The truck has a little bit of a stance that's like up in the end. Obviously, airbags, I get it, I understand. Negative on the funds for that right now. But also, it kind of makes me a little bit curious about the shocks or what. Maybe this owner do something. It's not showing as being lifted in the rear at all. I don't think it, I don't know for sure. Wall drug, 5-cent coffee. Next 2 exits are Wall. WALL. South Dakota. I remember this place. It was I don't know where it is. Maybe in Carolina. It's definitely off the interstate that runs up the East Coast, and it's called South of the Border. And we started seeing the signs, and I was just a young boy. And get all excited all the time, want to go there. I was just about ready to get over it. This guy is just hot shot. It's like, didn't necessarily want to be right where there's a lot of people on and off. Trap, like all souvenirs and trinkets and whatnot. Oh, that's really pretty. Kind of looks like painted sand, just springing right up out of the ground. That's what I'm talking about. driving with your blinker on for 5 minutes, but you want to throw your hands up at me, okay. Well, at least you finally shut off. Alright, let's take a listen and see what they're babbling about. Hey, look at how gorgeous that is over there. You can see it? Wow, that is so pretty. And it goes on for quite a while. Like it disappears up there beyond what I can see. It might even continue for miles. So cool.
Including a nuclear site in Isfahan for a second time.
I'm not sure if there's any issues with playing portions of this. I see people doing it all the time, and I don't know how it is. You know, they're allowed, and apparently whatever.
On the matter with continuing coverage of Israel-Iran conflict here on Al Jazeera, also enough. Iran launches more missiles on day 9 of the conflict. Some of them hit areas in the north and in Tel Aviv.
It worked in the past and it can work in the future.
Iran's foreign minister says Tehran is open to talks with the US, but not while under fire. And we look back at Iran's history to give context to regime change. Iranian officials say a nuclear site in Isfahan province has been attacked by Israel twice overnight. The International Atomic Energy Agency says a centrifuge manufacturing workshop was hit there. Iranian officials say some damage was caused, but there were no radiation leaks and no one was hurt. The IAEA also says the nuclear material at the site. Iran's confirmed the site was targeted and said the attack tripped defense systems in the region. Iran's health ministry says at least 430 people have been killed since the conflict began. Speaking at a meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Iranian Foreign Minister Israel must stop its attacks first.
Diplomacy can work, it works in the past and it can work in the future. But in order for us to come back to diplomacy, the aggression should be stopped. It is obvious I cannot go to negotiation with the United States and undergo.
I still wouldn't even be behind you at this speed. Barely going my speed. I guess I could be naive to this, but the IAEA I hadn't heard of before. I hadn't Googled it or looked it up and seen when they say it was found for them. But they don't stop talking about it now. Which is like a part of the plot now, right? And apparently they came out and made some kind of announcement about Iran, and it was like Israel's American. Although no one will say that that's why, it's kind of like maybe they're gonna insert that into the narrative later. Just making note that I hadn't really heard of it before, and I've been keeping track, or trying to keep track of a lot of this stuff that they keep pushing out. You know, not to mention the fact that the U.S. is supposed to be supposedly dropped atomic bombs, right? And Israel has the capability. So one that has it and has used it, allegedly, and the other one who has it is trying to dictate to the rest of the world whether they can or can't have it. Right? So that fits all the narratives of hypocrisy or some kind of a bully or, double standard, rules for me or rules for thee and not for me. Do as I say, not as I do, all that kind of stuff. While at the same time wearing this mask of equality and liberty for all and democracy and tolerance and whatever. Fill in the rest. It's crazy. Like it's lunacy. Lunacy. You probably can't see that way out there. There's this jagged little mound of dirt or melted something. I do not know. Probably right off of Bigfoot Road there. Bigfoot Road. It's all dirt going way back. It's interesting.
Under the support of the United States, we have come unfortunately to the conclusion that the United States has been in this agreement from the beginning.
Iran's been firing waves of drones at Israel in retaliation. Israeli ambulance services say no one was hurt when a drone fell on a residential building in Beit Shean in the north. Israel says it's intercepted around 400 Iranian drones since the conflict began. Well, Brandon Smith is in Amman for us. First, we're going to go to Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So let's talk about the diplomatic efforts that are going on the sidelines of the ongoing tit for tat.
I do find it very interesting. I think this Amman, Jordan. Amman. I say unto you, right? It's not amen. Or amen, right? When these other spellings are tied to form mighty one. There's one Qadash, Aleph, Mam, Nun, Aman. All the rest are imposters. Just saying. A-M-U-N, A-M-E-N, A-M-E-I-N, Ra. For a mighty one. Alright. A lot of the speech too, I listen, and it's literally like it's high similarity to Abri. And even if it is just, the cousin, there are going to be certain parts that go back to Abraham, and you expect to see that. Although mostly it's lost. Mostly. I'm trying to understand too why, like, Sioux Falls is directly off of 90, so I wouldn't change, but it's telling me to go on 83, and I'm confused by it. I look at it down the line, I zoom out and look at it, and it still looks like it's 90 the whole time. Like, does 83 and 90 share the same name for a while, or like, I don't know. It's bizarre. Behind an RV that's passing a few fellow RVers, so we'll just go down a little bit.
Missile strikes that have been happening. Abbas Araghchi, foreign minister, doing this round of diplomacy. He's in Geneva, now he's in Istanbul. What's he trying to achieve with that?
Well, I think the first and foremost important objective that Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is trying to achieve is that he tries to send out this message to the world that Iran is not closing the doors for diplomacy. This is what we heard from him, from the spokesperson for the government and other Iranian officials. Meanwhile, we have to keep in mind that Iranians are saying that they are not going to negotiate. When he was in Geneva, he said, "I'm not here for talks, I'm here to listen." At request of Europeans, I have been invited to this meeting, and then again, we heard related statements from Iranian Foreign Minister, and that's saying that as long as Israeli strikes continue, we're going to strike back, and there's going to be no room for any probable negotiations between Iran, Europe, and Europeans or the Americans. Also, Iranian Foreign Minister is saying that we were in the middle of a negotiation when we were attacked, and that's something that decreases the hope for diplomacy to settle down the issues.
You've been talking to us over the last few days about the level of evacuations, and we've seen some of the pictures as well of people leaving the main cities in Iran. Just talk to us about what daily life is like there.
Well, the thing is that we see still a continuation of Israeli strike. Today we've got reports from Isfahan, from Mashhad, from Ahvaz, and from Qom, where Ehsan Qasim, a 16-year-old student, as a result of Israeli strikes, the daily life is affected as a result of these strikes. That goes without saying, and people are saying that this is not military facilities or military complexes.
Look at the beauty, and all the little ones too, little babies with the mamas. Baruk Yahuah. Hey, can you guys see way out there? Those colored sands, you know, like I just saw that trucker pulled over right there, and he was spraying his windshield with like a pressure washer. Pretty cool. I guess he has the water and the air compressor, whatever, to do that. That's pretty wild. Cleaning the bugs off his windshield or something. Yeah, look at that. Look at the herd right here in the foreground. And then you see all that just really gorgeous structure back there in the distance. I'm, again, not able to tell what you can see, but yeah. Badlands. Badlands. I see. So could that have been some sort of a city or fortress or something that got destroyed by Yahuah, or by some sound frequency technology that we don't understand, or by some directed energy weapon that we haven't really seen, or have we? Anyway, very interesting questions. So of course, you know, the Iranian side is saying that the things that are being targeted are not nuclear facilities. He said, she said. I mean, I'm really not going to just believe in them. You know what I mean? I once again, I say, may Abba, Yahuah, have chesed on those that are caught up in it, right? These displaced peoples who are really the target of the suffering. And may He have vengeance on those who are guilty. Hey, my baby. That palau remains the same. None are like actually innocent, right? They're surely going to be those who are guilty of lawlessness and idolatry that can get caught up in these types of things, because the judgment can come in war, pestilence, famine, plague, whirlwind, fiery mountain, earthquake, It's just that everything's escalating, and we're seeing it. All of the horses loosed, riding, roaming around, seeking whom they shall be able to devour, any that are not sealed or marked by Yahuwah. Meanwhile, the masses are under a spell, like a type of hypnosis, and they're swaying to the symphony of destruction, and they're going to a fast food place so they can consume their pound of Adam, you know, just going through the daily ritual. Feeding and empowering the beast and worshiping its image. Tell live vision, the Black Mirror, where they get their reality, their dose of imagination station that's, you know, or entertainment or amusement or what have you. You know, that all the morality is whittled away, being sensitized to every form of abomination, the normalization of Hatah, crimes against the Most High. Baruk Atah Yahuah, my baby. Shamkadaning. Love you guys so much. Mwah. Alright. Let's see what they say.
Being targeted. The very ordinary citizens are seeing actually residential areas being targeted by the Israelis, but it's still, we're betting a sort of happened the same game.
The wolf was in New York, the UN casting all of their own guilt upon the other, right? The projection, the virtue signaling, whatever. We never attacked the civilians. They're obviously attacking the civilians. Don't notice that we have nuclear weapons. They're on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon. Like, it's like, and I wonder, I'm not surprised if most evangelical ex-Jins buy into all that, believe all that, and then think about the decades of propaganda that we've been bombarded with to learn to hate an entire group of people just at faith. And they've been used as the scapegoat, as the straw man, or other mass fried fish operations that totally steer everything completely. That's funny. Did I say Bahaba? I was trying to say Baruk Atah Yahuah. Did I say Bahaba? What? Did I actually say Bahaba? I'm trying to say Baruk Atah Yahuah. Oh boy. I wonder if there's an event with these, like maybe some kind of a race or something with these off-road Odyssey buggy things. I don't know exactly what they're called. I thought my was calling his Ranger, but I don't know if that Ranger was like bed and back. It's fair. just heading out. Maybe there's some kind of race in the Badlands. Or maybe they just... There's another one right there, but that doesn't really look like it's for racing. Looks like it's more like for hunting or utility work or some such thing. I don't even know. Alright, I gotta ask if I pay my pod camera. Be right back. Whoa. Big bumpy. Alright. Bye. Let's continue.
The sentiment among people. First and foremost, we can see a strong increasing sentiment of anger among people pertaining to the Israeli strikes. Also, we've got this sort of anxiety among a proportion of the population. We know that Iran hosts at least 10 million people. Part of that population have decided to leave the city, but today, Saturday, which is the first day of Iranian week, we saw at least relatively more cars, more people when we were out at the streets. Also, in addition to this anger and anxiety, and as well as we've got another sentiment, which is solidarity. That yesterday we've got this nationwide demonstrations across the country, in Tehran, in different cities, big and small. People came out to streets regardless of these strikes taking place to protest against the continuation of Israeli strikes.
Tahir Azadi talking to us there from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to Smith. He's in Jordan's capital. He's in Amman because Israel's government and Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Bernard.
That's another one. Like, so they want to convince everybody, I guess, if you listen to these news reports, you're somehow like a terrorist. You remember when Bush was like, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. Are you a terrorist? I don't want to be with a terrorist. Are you sure you're not a terrorist? It's crazy. And so, yeah, everybody, these kingdoms claim to be for free speech and freedom of the press and open society, everything like this. But you guys aren't allowed in our country because you, what? Give disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, or your propaganda is a direct threat to our propaganda, or we are keeping our citizenry in the dark about all the things that we do. So you can't be coming in here and destroying the illusion. Either way, anybody with half a brain should pause and say, what does it say about this community that's completely silencing speech, cancel culture, and all that stuff? These things are unclean. Yeah? Like dialogue, debate, investigation, none of that stuff should ever be silent. The irony is that you claim to be right there out in the front fighting for those principles. The leading, warrior of it. Well, you say one thing, but you ain't showing it with your actions. So, we gotta take note of the hypocrisy. We gotta discern by the fruit.
Iran may well be listening that Israel has to stop the attacks before talks could begin. Is there any indication that Israel could be willing to do that?
Not at the moment, Rob. This opportunity to attack Iran's nuclear capabilities has been something Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been waiting for his entire political career. Israel's military says it still has many more targets it can hit, it wants to hit. It's clear that their campaign has broadened beyond nuclear installations, beyond top scientists on missile launching places. But Israel's military had said only just last Tuesday that this
Sorry about that. on the pop player, or else I would skip it. But I'm also trying to use my map at the same time.
We have about those missile strikes.
Day 9, we have reports, yes, of drones being launched earlier today. No reports of ballistic missiles, as far as I understand, today. And one of those drones did hit a residential area in the north of the country. In all, Israel's military says 450 missiles have been fired at Israel from Iran, and some 400 plus drones. The locations of where they hit is heavily censored by the Israeli military because they don't want to show the Iranians whether the missiles have hit on target or not. So pictures coming out are carefully controlled. However, they acknowledge that about 50 impact sites. This will be impacts from either direct hits or from shrapnel, from debris that falls down from intercepted weapons. The Israelis say that about 5 to 10% of missiles fired by Iran, this is from Israel's military, leak through, and there's some are allowed to leak through, if you like, because they know they're going to fall on open ground, so they don't want to waste interceptor weapons on drop.
Grant Smith in Jordan's capital, Amman. Bern, thank you very much indeed.
Sorry, but it's just kind of funny. It's like, yeah, very, very small percentage of them get through our highly sophisticated defense system, whatever, but we allow those ones too because we know that they're not going to do anything anyway. They're trying to America. It's making me think of, like, you know, the police get a report of domestic violence, they go to the scene, they get there, they separate the parties that are involved, and one actually has injuries and the other one doesn't, and then the one that doesn't is making all the claims that they're the victim in the whole thing. Like, it's like, what? And I guess you could say that the UN is the officer that's there investigating, and they can see and discern, but they don't do anything. They're just writing a report. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Yeah. And somehow Trump is going to be like the judge in this whole thing, but they can't schedule a court date because he's just not. He's too busy talking about why he should get a Nobel Peace Prize, but he won't because he's not liberal. Left-right paradigm again. Just trying to keep us all in this whole, you know, GOOD cop, BAD cop. For all I know, even COP is unclean. BAD is unclean. GOOD is unclean. I know they know. You see that little watering hole? Bunch of cattle right there. Baruk Yahuah.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has told delegates at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Summit in Istanbul that after devastating Gaza, Israel is now expanding its aggression.
Şimdi de İsrail'in devlet terörünü.
Since the 13th of June, Israel's state terrorism has now been experienced by our neighbor Iran. I'd like to say the following clearly. With all these attacks, the Netanyahu government's proved it is the biggest obstacle to regional peace. I strongly condemn Israel's attacks on Iran. On behalf of my country and my nation, I offer my condolences to our Iranian brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Israel's terrorist attacks, bombings and assassinations.
Members of the Gulf Cooperation Council are telling the UN's nuclear watchdog they're concerned about Iran's nuclear facilities. The warning comes after the Israeli military said it struck Bushehr nuclear facility. Bushehr is the only operating nuclear power plant in the country that sits on the Gulf Coast. Ambassadors have told the International Atomic Energy Agency there could be dangerous repercussions if nuclear facilities are targeted. Well, the threats of regime change hanging over Iran in this latest conflict echo a dark legacy of Western influence. Stretching back decades, the US and Britain and other foreign powers have tried to manage Iran's internal politics. Vedad Mahichi takes a look back at the toll it's taken on the country.
Talk of regime change by way of foreign intervention has dominated the news agenda over the past week, but history offers cautionary tales. The US-led invasion of Iraq, NATO's intervention in Libya, but also in Iran, where the US and UK sponsored regime change ousting its prime minister decades ago. It began in the early 1900s. The British began developing.
And it's like publicly available information that the United States has been involved in these regime change campaigns for decades all over the place, everywhere. So why would other countries actually have some type of respect? You know? I think that they might be silent almost more after. It's an illusion to think that these other folks that are in power are not serving the same master, ultimately. Like that's, I don't know how long that's been the case, but it's a big deal. And I try to understand, like, even these, say, like pagan kings can be at odds with one another, as if the foreign mighty ones themselves are at war. And it's like when you see that, you know, one horn and four come up in its place, or different things like that, or was it, I think it's like maybe 4th Ezra, where it has this division of this eagle with these feathers, and these feathers are removed, and there's different heads on the bird, and the different heads are removed, and all this stuff. Imagery, I believe, of the beast system, just like the statue of Nebuchadnezzar's street, is ultimately about the beast system. You can have different kings in place, but it's the same spirits that are at work. And I've just come to believe and discern that, you know, they use the illusion of the geopolitical tensions and strifes and whatever in order to facilitate their sacrifice, right? So the kings that are in power have to to the spirits that are giving them their positions, you know, and like just understanding, like Isaiah 65:11 that talks about these two foreign mighty ones that Yashar'Al was making drink offering and food offerings to, eating meat sacrificed to idols, giving praise, worship, esteem, all that to God and money, Babylonian deities of fortune and fate. And I think that they've revealed to us through different maybe movies and things, because there's a lot of truth movies, right? There's a lot of lies in the news, but so they require like 10%. Well, because they're, again, they try to copycat everything, right? They try to twist and pervert what the tithe and the first really are in the circus with their donation plate doctrines that they teach. But also, they require the blood of the innocent, right? So they put it before in the movies, and there'll be like this demonic entity, and the military people are talking with this thing, and it's giving them technology and weapons to have victory over their enemies, and then it's speaking to them through, you know, like scrying, or I don't know, they're communicating with it through this watery abyss, portal, whatever. And it's saying that they require from them this payment, and then they ask them, of what? And it's of your future, of your bloodline, of your children, of your tribe, you know? So if they can work together against all the people, that's the enemy, we need to war against the enemy, then they're going to almost voluntarily offer up their own blood and treasure. And now they can have their sacrifice, and they can have their harvest. They can even have more than 10%. They can have a feasting. Right? And their GODs will be well pleased. They're still going to turn on them. They're still going to turn on you. They don't. You're basically like the useful idiot. You know? But you wouldn't even be in that position if you weren't completely given over to a reprobate mind. You have had to have do dance to get there anyway. So they already know they got you. Like, that's how it is that they're calling the shots anyways. That's why you're not wrestling against the flesh and blood of this king, but the principality, the power, the dominion that's behind that. I hope it makes sense. I do applaud that you can see it, because I feel like understanding that changes everything for how we're able to perceive all of these things. And then they just have their little false light movements that they create. Can't we all just get along? Love everyone. Love is love. You know? And most people are propelled by it. Like, get out of here with that. And so they don't even believe that parts of it could be true. Right? So they get you to love the lie and believe the lie. Be sealed in your forehead by the beast system, the false reality, right? And then have a distaste and an aversion to anything that resembles the truth, such that you just don't even partake of it. All the false light agents, controlled opposition, gatekeepers, all the rest. When they need a truth teller, we shall provide it. And there'll be someone who tells just a little bit of truth, but then they just keep sucking you right back into the matrix, or lead you back there. Right? Playing a little bit different tune on the flute so that you're like, oh, what's that? Oh, and then you start following and it just takes you right back to the same place. Yeah. And then they sacrifice that truth teller by making him look like an absolute clown so that people don't want anything to do with that. This is like a replayed over and over. An endless supply of actors. There's definitely some kind of little circus train thing going on here. Midland, 1880 town, a true Western adventure. Gas and snacks and souvenirs, pet friendly. It's like a little old town. Maybe worthy of a stop some point, just to get some stuff on the video. But there's a little skeleton man walking his dinosaur bones. Oh boy. Sioux Falls 226, 370. Things still look like they're working out okay. There really isn't anything left in the auxiliary tank, I don't think. I run it a little bit this dawning at the McDonald's and I accidentally left it on longer than I wanted. I need to take a peek in there. I'm willing it'll be when I go to top it off. That would be the ideal time. I guess in a way, this whole run to North Carolina is about fuel for this entire round. But all the bob chemicals from Washington to Indy, and then all the hauling miles down to North Carolina, you know, like that's just it's so fuel. I don't feel like there's really going to be much in the way of profits after, but we shall see. We'll take some money off the card and put it into our bank account to help with bills. Not enough, but at least some. We couldn't take all because we got to leave some money on the card to pay for fuel on the front end. Yeah, Baruk Yahuah. I ain't shrinking back from him no matter what happens. I don't even care. I mean, I do care, you see. I have zero interest in falling away from my father. Whatever this freaking world puts me through, whatever this beast system does to me, may Abba be magnified. May Yahuwah be esteemed. And we're going to just flip the script on them. Because they're going to mean it for evil, and Yahuwah going to use it for power. There's a river stone, fifth wheel, painted. Really, really gorgeous, painted. That one had the same type of colors as this truck, which is a butte red. Imagine being able to swap out I love everything about ours. It's just that it's kind of old. So, you know, like a remodel would be ideal for the bathroom, the kitchen, and then the flooring. Especially get that carpet out and put some kind of whatever, the laminate that looks like wood or some such thing. That's all vanity, isn't it? It's all just looks. Really, what matters is the functionality, and that, you know, it's a place for us to dwell and have protection from any like extreme heat or cold, you know, the rain, things like that. And Abba's kept everything working: the washer, the dryer, the water heater, the air conditioners. 5 years. Baruk Yahuah. There's some water right there. So it's a little insula. Peninsula. You see all the herd all right down there on the bank trying to get up, lap up some agua.
developing Iran's oil industry in exchange for total control over exploration and sales, creating the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later known as British Petroleum. Iran's vast oil reserves would be under British control for the next half-century, handing London double the revenue compared to that of Iran. But there was growing resentment. In the 1950s, a wave of nationalist voices began dominating Iran's parliament, led by Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, once Time magazine's Person of the Year, who took office on a platform to reduce the powers of the Shah and to national...
Which also should show you that he's one of them. It's the controlled opposition. Time's Person of the Year. Right.
Iran's oil industry, saying in a speech, "With the oil revenue, we could meet our entire budget and combat poverty, disease, and backwardness among our people." In Iran, the move was seen as a bold step towards economic sovereignty, but in Britain, a violation of its interests. In 1953, Britain convinced the US to assist in orchestrating a coup against Mossadegh in a covert operation of planting propaganda, fueling...
So this is a conspiracy. These two governments align themselves to go and disrupt the sovereignty of this other kingdom, nation, whatever. And information war, propaganda. But trust them. It's okay.
Riots and propping up military generals, ultimately removing Mossadegh from power and restoring the reign of the Shah, who had briefly fled Iran. Though it brewed unforeseen consequences, planted the seeds of anti-Westernism, fueling the view that Iran had become simply a client of the West. Sentiments that grew, eventually contributing to the Islamic Revolution in 1979, a revolution that toppled 2,500 years of monarchy, replaced by suspicion of the West ingrained in its worldview. Foreign meddling, not so much a success, but rather a setback, later admitted by those responsible.
The Eisenhower administration believed its actions were justified for strategic reasons, but the coup was clearly a setback for Iran's political development.
As history threatens to repeat itself once more, a visceral aversion to foreign intervention remains woven in the fabric of Iran's identity. Bedad Mehichi, Al Jazeera.
Lorenzo Kamel is an associate professor of global history and history of the Middle East and North Africa at the University of Turin. He's joining us live from Rome. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. What is there in Iran's history that gives us an indication about whether there is a possibility of regime change in Iran today?
Let's remind you that Iran is the country which hosted the first constitutional revolution in the history of entire Asia. So speaking with about a country that's a very rich history in terms of constitutional history. This occurred 14 years later after the 18...
1 second. I think that you should go and research ink replacement for that bottle and just get an idea like what it costs to replace the ink, and also where is it located. Sorry, just a moment. Look at all this land. information on 15-minute cities. People are like, no, never, I'll go to 15-minute city. Everybody's already in cities, right? They're already on their water supply, they're already on their power grid, they're already on their internet provision, they're already on their tax rules. Just replace 15-minute with, I don't know, bro. How long does it take you to get anywhere in your car? Jump in your car and you pay some overly inflated costs, insurance, licensing, repairs. It's really just another form of tax, and it makes you feel like you're free because you can go here or there. Anywhere you're actually going is where they would want you to go anyway. They want you to think that you're free, but are you really? It's just funny. 15-minute city. No way. Cities out here now. Awesome. Yeah, this is great. And you see all this land out here. I mean, on and on, as far as it's there. And over here. And so on. Without someone living on it, without someone actually like producing food on it. You know what I mean? Because somehow in our worldview, in our programming, that's not possible. It's somehow convinced us that, you know, we shouldn't be able to dwell on Ha'arats, under Hashamayim, wherever our people dwell, where we're born, so on. Yeah, gorgeous little thing of water right there, and how lush everything is around it. So this town right here is Murdo, M-U-R-D-O, and I saw that Sioux headquarters. I just felt like I should share and say, like, because I've said before, like, I want to go, like, sit down with elders, First Nation, and dialogue with them. But, like, for example, if I went to the Sioux headquarters and met with those there, see, that's already all usurped did. So yeah, 83 and 90 are the same, apparently, right here. That's not who I would want to talk to. I would want to talk to the actual elders who are not pleased with the decisions and compromises, and those who have made themselves rich by leading their people and their tribes astray, right? The compromisers. So, just another example of it. I guess there's going to always be opportunity for people to profit who are willing to sell out their own people. Spirit of the beast system, the wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash that are behind it. It's not just hate white man. It's not that. It's manifested itself everywhere in the entire world, every nation, every tribe, and every tongue. Just like Yashar'Al is scattered and will constitute every nation, tribe, and tongue, so does the kingdom of darkness have its dominion over all the face of the earth. There is not a place that you can go to just escape from it. And the only places that may remain is this idea of like going off on your own and living off the land. But you can use the First Nation as an example of a people who wanted to exist separate from this invading beast spirit. And look at what's happened to them. Just like Yashar'Al in the wilderness was Qadash for a season in the temple and everything else, but in their disobedience, they became swallowed up by pagan nations, scattered, dispersed, losing their language, their customs, their calendar, everything. All right. All right. What do we got? 2.5 hours.
Revolt, which was the first form of organized resistance to fight Western expansionism in Persia, and this was made in order to take a number of adventurous concessions that were granted by the Shah Nasser ad-Din. So let's say that the tobacco revolt started with the first concrete involvement in politics by the Shia clerics, and so in order to understand what happened in later decades, we must go back to these roots and to understand once again the first time in which religion, the politicization of religion, appeared also in politics.
Previously, when we did a report there, we were talking about the revolution, the coup that was happening in the 1950s. That seemed to center around who was going to control Iran's oil, and it was foreign governments, the UK, that wanted that control of that oil. This time we're talking about whether or not Iran should be allowed to have its own nuclear program. In terms of drawing a parallel, if you like, between the two scenarios, is there enough there to suggest that that would be enough to topple a regime, or is it significantly different enough to suggest that the motivation to do it this time may not be there?
So let's say that in both cases we are referring to to a clear goal, the goal to rely on a controllable Iran. Obviously, we are seeing that now is discussed about the nuclear program, and so somehow it's different. But let's say that the goal is very much there, and also the narratives that have been fostered are the same. So, for instance, there is much debates about human rights, women, and all these are crucial issues that should be fostered, and especially in a like the one in Iran. But once again, for instance, there is kind of a debate about the time of Mohammed Reza Pahlavi, so that was, of course, the life of the U.S. in.
Don't get lost in the minutia of the details of different historically staged events and characters who've been playing roles in soccer. The idea that the West just wants a controllable Iran is really the myth. The parliamentary building in Iran is a pyramid with 33 windows. Those people who are in place, in power, are in the same club as the leadership in the West and all these other nations. This is the trick. Use the argument about the woman to skew what Scripture Torah says about the role of Hua, Eve, and Adam. And by going to some extreme and making it really dark and ugly and else, it created the positive light attractability of the model that they have in the West, which is actually against the Scripture, and it causes the imbalance of the family unit, the household, and it fuels and perpetuates people's need for the government to be their God, meet all their needs, supply them with all their things, give them all their security and all their bits, and don't want the latest and greatest iPhone and the fastest 6G and right. Would you be able to go get your sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin, coffee, orange juice in like 4 minutes or less on your way to the office? And yeah, your wife, she goes to work too. Your mommy, she has to go to work. You have to go to the camp where we teach you history and worldview, the doctrines of the beast system, so that you can worship beasts too and grow up and serve it. build bricks for Pharaoh and pay your tithes and offerings to the beast. And we'll use that to fuel our operation, keep some of the haves and others to have nots. Teach this one to hate that one and that one to hate that one. And just fuel this entire thing of steering all of humanity away from the Creator, away from creation itself, and into something of our making, something that we can make a name for ourselves. Manhattan, New York City, Las Vegas, San Diego, watch us compete on the world stage, right? In the football game, in the baseball game, we can have soccer ball matches on the World Cup. This is my baby again. I'll be right back. I want you to be able to see guys. Alright, so we're coming into another construction zone map. No way, for real? Yeah, construction. Yeah. Let's see if you can. I'm really curious to see. I mean, it is Saturday. It's a little bit later in the afternoon. Now we're going to 45. Get your speed. Why are there so much folks exiting? Oh my gosh, what's going on here? They're wanting everybody to exit? What? Okay. There's a dump truck underneath the underpass. No one there working, but it's obviously like in need of some kind of resurfacing. Okay, so we're just supposed to just pull straight across here without needing to stop. That's very odd. Okay. You picked the fine place to park your Honda. And you didn't pull all the way off the road. Yeah, that's wild, bro. Okay. It's closed. I'm trying to get back on track here. Alright, 2.5 hours. Hallelujah. Emergency parking only. Can't use this exit at all. trained, paid, scripted propagandists stir us up to talk about. yourself a favor when you watch the news and realize that you're being lied straight to your face, and then try to understand. Try to steer me into. I think we can all do ourselves a favor when we watch advertising with the same lens, or dang near anything on the television. Again, you're dealing with a patented mind control device. So how are they trying to steer your mind? You think they're just going to feed you full of all the truth so you can just become enlightened? You're viewed as property, a commodity that is traded.
Is written, and I want to remind everyone that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was a figure that was despising local Iranian women. Let me quote just 3 lines of what he said to Oriana Fallaci in his famous book Intervista con la Storia, Interview with History. So this was Mohammad Reza Pahlavi that said women are...
Famous book. Famous. 491. Who controls the publication companies, the distribution companies, the marketing and advertising and retailing of these books?
important in a man's life only if they are beautiful and charming and keep their femininity. This business of feminism, for instance, what does feminists want? What do you want? You say equality. Oh, I don't want to seem rude, but you are equal in the eyes of the law, but not, excuse my saying so, in intelligence. So nowadays, many people are telling us that somehow going back to the time of the Shalum, that be sort of rebirth of Iran. But in practical terms, as historians, we know that that regime was somehow implementing a form of violence that was cutting out any form of dissent, and also in relation to women, there was a clear disdain that very often is not discussed.
If I understand it correctly.
There you go. See, manufacturing a position, radicalizing a people to go to some extreme. It's a very useful movement to help fuel and spark the counter-revolutionary movement that you're making in the West. And what do we get, friend? Look at my own house as an example. If my Shah were to go out and go to work for some other man, be under his authority, she could earn a wage that we could use to cover our expenses, and hey, we could just send you just send your child off so that they can train them up in the way that they shall go. Pass your child through the flames unto Moloch. Eat meat sacrificed to idols, and you shall thrive in this system that rewards its faithful servants. Like it is in the Torah community. Now you have these influencers that get propped up in position and followers, but instruct a false way. Because if there becomes a movement that goes against the beast system, the beast will put its own agents in place so that it can control the opposition. You need to be highly suspicious when you see certain folks that have like a lot of traction on their posts, shares and followers and all that. That stuff can be manufactured. There are people that create content and comment all over the place that are placed there on purpose by powerful entities, and it is their means by which they have their acts, right? Hallelujah. Russia.
For any sort of regime change to have any lasting effect, it has to essentially come from the people themselves. And yet, in the 1950s, as Behad was describing, there was a covert operation of planting propaganda and wrapping up military generals. There were foreign agents who were in Iran for many months prior to the actual coup. Is there any indication that those similar circumstances are being seen on the ground in Iran today?
Okay, this is another thing, right? So they'll say how these things existed, they'll shine the light on some here or there. That way, when anybody like me tries to share and tell you that this is what's going on, you'll be like, well, yeah, I heard about that. It was select cases in different times in history, different operations, but not anymore. Not all the time. You don't have the facts straight. Stuff is clever. We're dealing with a very intelligent ancient that has thought of dang near everything. You know? I don't know if you guys actually try and pass me or not. I keep going over to get, but you guys keep being one spot.
So let me say that only 2/3 of Iran, 92 million is now Persian minority, but also many local Kurds, Arabs, Druze. So and also from Persians and some different cities of the ancient Jewish community in Iran. So internal cannot be imposed from the outside. That's for sure. Especially if you remember the words that were pointed out by Benjamin in front of the US Congress. They said the uplift Saddam Hussein would revolution through green. We know this is not the case, and Iranians are very much aware of that. Let me also remind you that the to create the structural condition to expand or to broaden the influence of Iran in this region by, for instance, destroying and torpedoing Iraq. Iraq, historically speaking, was the first barrier against the influence of Persia and then Iran in this region. So the same actor that destroyed Iraq and enabled Iran to have the power that reached in the last few decades are the same today that are telling us that we need to do everything possible in order to stem this regime. So it's one of the many paradoxes that we can see, that anyone can see if we need to see them.
Really appreciate you giving us that analysis there. Lorenzo, Kamal, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
A very ancient Jewish people in Iran. Because it is actually interesting to look at the fathers of even communism and see their ancestry, heritage. Because things go way back to this same sort of Tubal Cain, sons of Cain, maybe even tribe of Dan, very likely so. Usurpers, adder along the way that strikes at the heel of his brethren. Yeah. Boy. I like these little oases, these little watering holes that are mixed and mingled in here. It's warm though. It's just 87 right now. It's gonna be so hot. welcome, my baby. I love you so much. Mwah. Here's another one right here. You can just see like the trees and everything gets really dark green right around there. Probably another little one right there, but hasn't been in the same place that long. And there's these trees up here. See, here's another little spot. Huh. Look at that.
President Donald Trump says he will not ask Israel to
Sorry about that. Come on.
Iran. But Tehran says there will be no talking with the U.S. until Israel stops its attacks. But the president says he will not ask Israel to stop.
I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able.
Trump says European-led efforts at diplomacy aren't helping, and that only the U.S. can bring an end to the crisis through a deal, claiming Iran is at the brink of having a nuclear weapon within weeks or months.
What intelligence do you have that Iran's building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they haven't, that they are.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard defended herself on X, blaming the media for fake news, posting a portion of her March congressional testimony that only seemed to confirm her intelligence disagreement with Trump.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Trump cast doubt on Iran's claim that it is enriching uranium only for energy purposes.
When you see one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that.
While Trump's fissure with advisors cautioning him against striking Iran is deepening, he also says he wants to be a peacemaker and that U.S. ground forces in Iran would be the last thing he wants. Whether the U.S. will join Israel in its air bombardments will be a decision solely up to him. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Wow.
Israel's attacks on Iran and Iran's retaliation could threaten a fifth of the world's energy supplies, according to analysts. Concerns are growing over the security of global supply chains as the conflict's second week continues. The subject of it.
The 30-kilometer stretch of water is one of the world's most crucial energy supplies.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 33 kilometers. Just rub it in your face. You're gonna deal with them. You're gonna deal with them, family. Baruk Yahuah. There's a lot right there. All those pretty old wildflowers. Painting the landscape. Like, when you think about it, like, that could be our front yard. It could be your front yard. You could have your piece, you could have my piece. We can all have our little pieces. Who created all this and then gave us dominion over it, and he said to go and flip.
1/5 of the world's oil, fertilizer, and gas supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has previously threatened to cut off the maritime bottleneck if it faces what it describes.
So I was like looking at a map of this Strait of Hormuz, and the coasts are like, it's not like it's perfectly like this, like 33 exactly the whole way across, but fatter and skinnier all the way up and down the thing. So they just choose to measure right there at that exact precise point, and then they say opposition parties occupy either side of the bank. You know, they're like, oh, 1/5 of the oil of the whole world passes through here. Like, oh, if something happens here, it's going to disturb the entire supply chain. They're taking that supply chain down. And we knew it was going to be... It's all prophecy too. All the kings of the earth will become rich off of their wares. In doing business with the whore of Babylon and the ships of Tarshish, the merchants of the earth. Oh wow, my baby just told me that there was a whirlwind in Indiana last night. Oh wow, really? Did you guys see any destruction or any reports of any types of, I guess, injuries or casualties or any such things like that? Wow. Ray's Western Wear and Saddlery. So there's a whirlwind in North Dakota and Indiana. I wonder if there was any other one. This for a second so I can see what she said. Be right back. Yeah, she's saying that there's damage, not sure on casualties or injuries, and that it was also in Indianapolis. But, you know, again, like I was saying yesterday, and she was just saying, it's weird, it seems like every day, and it literally is like several days a week, every week, you know, back to back months. It's just become like they're normalizing it, and it's judgment and it's wrath. They're gonna say, you know, historic outbreak, and you know, we're gonna see multiple places. Same area. I'm sure I'm gonna see some out here at some point doing this work. And just on Abba. No matter what happens, taking refuge in Him. No matter what. There is no other Yahusha. There is no other deliverer. Baruk Yahuah. I keep my eyes peeled now for a rest area. got 2 hours to go. That ain't gonna make it. Yep, his will be done. That's right, Yapa. Shot. I'm you. A purdy baby. Alright. Gregory Weiner. And
as existential threats. But Israel is attacking Iran's energy infrastructure, including the proposed pumping reserves of fuel estimated last May. The refineries in Goshen and the oil reveals are also the most significant target of the so far. South Park will last offshore gas. Iran has also struck areas.
Okay, so now think of the impact on global fuel costs and see a different aspect to how they profit. People are gonna be like, yeah, that crap over there in Iran, that's what got people for gas. We really gotta get rid of that radical regime over there. That was always pressing. Don't they know the Bible said, curse those that curse Israel? And it's groupthink. Medea, goddess of the spell over the masses. Or don't. Yours will be done. That's all it comes down to. But yeah, it just so happens to be 33 kilometers. So you know it's marked and tagged. You know, we did this. Right? Little babies. Little baby. Little tiny, tiny, tiny ones. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Hallelujah. This section of road right here is red and it's crazy smooth. Except for like some ups and downs and where they just didn't level it. And then you got like this, like a hump. Think about the amount of engineering skill that goes into that. I mean, anybody would have a brain can stand back and look at it and be like, yeah, well, that's not quite. Let's not throw that other bit on there to tweak that. You know? And they, you know, they wet the sand, they pack the sand or the mud or the dirt or whatever is the foundation of the road. This is all lifted up, wet, done in layers. So go figure.
In Israel's port city of Haifa with ballistic missiles and drones, forcing the suspension of exports of gas through Egypt and restricting flows of liquefied natural gas or LNG to Europe and parts of Asia. Iran launched a missile barrage that damaged pipelines and transmission lines at the Haifa oil refinery as well. It was partially shut down. Israel also suspended operations at its Tamar and Leviathan gas fields in the Mediterranean Sea for safety reasons. The EU, China, India and Japan rely heavily on oil from the Middle East and are concerned about the current crisis, as are Iran's regional neighbors.
We have to condemn very clearly, and the international community has to make it very clear, that any targeting of nuclear facilities, any targeting of fuel facilities in this region would have ramifications that are unknown.
The third largest oil producer in the OPEC group of oil producers, Iran's exports make up about 4.5% of global supplies, but oil producers are capable of dealing with supply cuts of that size. Any blockage of shipping routes, though, could restrict supplies and not just oil. The cost of...
So what do you think the chances are that they're going to have a disruption in this canal that's going to affect the shipping, that's going to affect the market prices? It just told you that the suppliers are able to deal with fluctuation of that size, stabilizing the market because of their reserves or what have you. However, if there's a shipping disruption, dang bro, stay in your lane. Big boy kind of scary when he wants to come on over. You're like, ah. even worse when I got a trailer in the back. I'm really nervous. Okay, that's like a form of predictive programming. Like, oh, if this ever happened, it would be really scary, really unwell. Like, oh, that's what would cause a problem. This thing that's happening right now, they're able to deal with that. That's another thing. But if this ever happens, whole different story. Go ahead and combine that with the fact that they went ahead and tagged it and told you that it was 33 kilometers.
Ensuring tankers transiting through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased, and any disruption there could further force up oil prices to about $5 a barrel, according to some. Israel or Iran, slowing growth in China, and Europe's move away from Russia's oil and gas are all weighing global trade. Add to that concerns about the reliability of U.S. President Donald Trump's administration as a trading and diplomatic partner.
So see, it's a perfect storm. All the elements are working together. Leaving out the key part, which is by design. You know what I mean? There you go. You see a lot of fifth wheels around here. Woo! Oh! I don't know if there's going to be a quote-unquote rest area. I don't want to have to get off and go down and turn right and then go here and go there and all that. I'm trying to keep it as streamlined as possible. But I need something soon.
And some experts are concerned the world economy could be hurtling towards a perfect storm. So,
oh my gosh.
How's there?
He just said perfect storm.
For years, Iran's economy struggled under the weight of Western sanctions, rising inflation, and a collapse.
See, it's simple, like read between the lines and understand what they're trying to say and what they're trying to create. It's when you watch a movie and there's this climax, there's always this rising action and this building up and this character developments and all the things start like working together to lead to this crescendo. And then there might be a plot twist, because trust me, they're finna flip the twist. That's what throws a lot of us off. Because we think for sure they're going here with this, and then all of a sudden they just do that, and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't see that coming, but I knew something was coming, that kind of thing, right? And now they have multiple stages with multiple actors that are getting their scripts from the same source, and their events are playing out at the same time. This is the Missouri River, it said. Excuse me. I guess that could be Brulé County. I don't know if this is Brule, but I don't know if it's Brulé. I don't know if it's French. I don't know. It sure is pretty though. Folks that are setting up their little camps right on the bank. That's pretty cool. We're still at 80, got 133 miles to go. Okay, looks like a rest area here coming up. So I'm gonna be snagging this. South Dakota Welcome Center, 1/2 mile. Next rest area, 38 miles. Okay, I'm going to pause it and then we'll be back shortly. Yahuah. Better stop. curious to see what, if I earn shower credit or whatever, because it's going to be a lot more than 50 gallons. It's going to be more like 100 and some 100. If I just had to guess, say like 112. I see a black Mercedes looking like he's going to ask me, so I'll scoot over. And there he goes. Minnesota. It's probably going about 90. Easily going 10, 12 miles an hour faster than I was. I'm going 80. That's the speed limit. In this particular state. I have been able to figure out how the heck that works. Each state votes on its own, but it's an interstate. I do not know. Alright, let's see. I mean, the guy's sitting there with the whole, he looks like the whole, I just almost said SET. Looks like the whole stage is on fire. Just throwing that out there.
That has some people wondering if the country can afford a prolonged conflict. Riley Carlson in the Horns.
Lines are getting longer at Tehran's grocery stores and gas stations. Non-essential shops are closing. Strung for years under Iran's stifled economy means not everyone is able to heed the threats to leave the capital.
How could we leave? Some people might have a lot of savings or be in a good financial position. Maybe they can leave, but not for us. Personally, I don't think we're going anywhere.
Near total internet blackouts have been reported. The stock exchange is closed until Sunday, an effort to ride out the volatility of a week of conflict.
And I just say, don't be under the deception that that's all not going to happen to you. Blackouts, internet going down, can't find stuff in the shops, can't figure out how to flee the cities, even if you're going to get warning. I don't want to be near any of these major cities because I feel like they're going to be think of Sodom and Gomorrah. It was like, flee from the city. Yeah, like that.
The government says its refineries, critical to its petroleum output, are still operational. Tehran has threatened to close its side of the Strait of Hormuz if things escalate further, but experts say that would also hurt Iran.
That option is not ideal. It's the lifeline of Iran and its neighbor. They don't want to go to that direction. You know, if Iran is to be, destabilized to a bigger extent, and we don't know what comes next, then I think, that's a doomsday scenario.
Iran's struggling economy has been plagued by annual inflation near 40% and a soaring cost of living. Now Iranians have to survive not just sanctions, but a conflict that shows no signs of letting up. Riley Carlson, Al Jazeera.
So both parties being controlled, getting pushed to the breaking point where it's like a kamikaze pilot. Like, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna take you out with me. I'm already going down, right? The Samson option on the other side. Now they're saying, well, Iran has threatened to destabilize the shipping canal there, but that'll hurt them too. But I guess if they get driven far enough, then they would be willing to do that. something that's going to happen when the order is given to execute that phase or stage. Not when the so-called leaders feel that they have no other choice but to do this thing. Scripted.
According to the UN's refugee agency, more than 4 million Afghans who escaped war and fear of persecution are living in Iran. The conflict between Israel and Iran has forced some Afghans to return to a country they left decades ago. Kamal Haider reports.
Islam Qilla is Afghanistan's major border crossing into Iran. In recent days, it has seen an influx of Afghan refugees returning to the country they left years ago. Each has a story on why they left Afghanistan and what's prompted them to pack up and go back.
There was fighting near where we lived. Missiles struck close by and we could see them flying overhead from the camp. Thankfully our area wasn't hit. But when the war started, all the factories shut down. I lost my job and had no choice but to return to my country.
Many Afghans fled war in the country following the US-led invasion in 2001, as well as strict Taliban rule. Now with the conflict between Iran and Israel intensifying, they're seeking safety back in their home country.
The war in Iran has changed everything. As the violence grew closer, we feared for our lives and had no choice but to leave early. Now that we are back in our own country, we've returned with nothing. No money, no home, just uncertainty.
Families take a breather under open skies after crossing the border on a windy day. Many say they were mistreated by the authorities during their stay in Iran. After going through immigration, they're on their way. It's not just the Afghans who are going back to Afghanistan because of the war on Iran, but a large number of Pakistanis who are also coming back to Pakistan for their own safety. Hundreds of Pakistani students and pilgrims have also been crossing the border each day to reach Pakistan.
I was in Tehran on a business trip for surgical supplies when the city came under attack. On the day I left, I saw drones and rockets in the sky, and a nearby building was on fire. For my safety, I had to leave immediately. I'm grateful to be back in Pakistan safely.
As the war between Iran and Israel rages on, with daily airstrikes, both Afghan and Pakistani citizens are compelled to return home wondering if they will ever be able to come back again. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Quetta, Baluchistan.
Palestinians trying to collect food from distribution points in Gaza. Israeli forces have killed 26 people on Saturday, including 11 waiting to get desperately needed supplies. Those attacks took place at distribution centers run by the controversial US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, that's been accused of weaponizing food.
You enter the streets to arrive before the people, to the point of death, as I call it. I call it the point of death. The tank is in front of us, the machine gun is in front of us, and the quadcopter is above us, and there are soldiers on the ground with snipers. Anyone who moves before the time is shot, and the moment the tank retreats, we start running.
has been released from a detention center in Louisiana in the United States.
The Democratic response to Trump's and Musk's actions in the initial stages of the administration was absurd, irresponsible, dysfunctional. Where are you? Where's the fight? Where's the spine?
Fundamentally, the Democratic Party is aligned with Elon. I'm sorry, they saw they're completely aligned with Elon. They're willing to work with Elon. They will cater to him. If he could have started, saying a few nice things to them, they would be right back in on his seat.
Americans at the grassroots became furious at this.
Sorry. That's really gravitas can be difficult sometimes.
Over the course of President Trump's first 100 days in office, protests became focused on Musk's source of wealth, Tesla.
One strange thing about the protests has been the inability of the government or of Elon Musk to handle it. What we've seen instead is that Trump has kind of taken Tesla under his protective wing in this enfeebling, almost pathetic way. Like, you need Donald Trump to have a sales event on the White House lawn for you.
So I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people.
Tesla stock is so intricately tied with his wealth.
Can't deal with any more of that right now, that's for sure. Freaking insane. Why does my backup camera keep going out? I don't get it. That's funny too, it says always on. Drive on, always on. Seems to be working just fine. Why is it doing that? No idea. Loungy. 95. Nope. Dang, can't like it. That's hot. rows. Like when you're driving by the crops like that, and you just look, you just see all the little rows going by. Got quite a few of these big windmills coming up here. Absolutely ugly. It just, so much land out there. Well, I don't feel like there's a lot to look at here. And not anything coming to mind right now. Talk about, which is okay. So let's just take a little break. And then most likely be back after the refueling and after the shower, all the things. What's up? Well, I'm back. So, wow, it's 102 degrees. Or 101. I guess in between something. I don't know. Just changed. No go on the shower, bro. They had 18 people waiting. I was like, yeah, maybe some other time. But I did get all the fuel, and it was like, is it? I wonder if I can just go check right quick. I'll tell you what it costs according to the Pilot app, and then I'll tell you what it actually costs me, and we'll see. I'm real curious about these things. I've been trying to track up on these things and also see, like, okay, well, how much did I get? A lot. Like, a lot. Turn my map back on. Let's see. That's my coffee. Okay, $474 is what it said on the pump. And that's what they put on here. Now it's 404 points. Oh, that's crazy. That's so crazy. My DEF came to $6.66. Beast system. Ugh. That's jackered, bro. Pump 17. 115 gallons. Didn't I say 112? That was a pretty close guesstimate right there. Woo! Dang, bro. So that's topping the truck and the auxiliary. And yes, it was filled. And yes, there is crazy amount of bubbles and everything going on. So I think that was part of what was happening there. Was like, I was thinking it was filled and I was hanging the thing up, and then I'd go back and check and it'd be like 3/4. Well, just because it was all bubbled up, has to be. I don't know. We'll see. And I'm gonna be really cautious with this. I'm gonna let it get down low, and then just run it for like 10 minutes and then turn it off. You know, we're going to see. Right now, I got myself behind a Heartland Transportation fuel tanker, and it's really windy right now, and so I feel like this is helping me with my mileage. I don't know how much, but he's cool. I like his style. He's going the speed limit. All's well. So I'm taking 29 south to 680 east to 80 east to come into Indy that way and stay clear south of Chi-Town and all the tolls and things. I don't know how much total time I got left because I had to select a little town and navigate there. Otherwise it keeps forcing me on 90 and I can't stand it. It's not cool that it does that, but that's what it does. That's what it do. So wow, yeah, I got 1.5 gallons of DEF only, which is actually kind of surprising, but also right on. It's really messy when you do the DEF at the big rig pumps. It's crazy messy. It's everywhere. Stuff is nasty. I was gonna say I don't know why the EPA allows it, but then again, who are we kidding, right? Whatever. So my baby's already found me 2 possible places depending on what kind of time I make. I got 6 hours of drive time remaining, and is well. I did get to the pump it up, I think is what they called it. Let's just try to remember what that was. That was $4.74 and 10 cents. $4.74. Yeah, so the push for points, I'm getting 4 points to the gallon now. I've reached overdrive with 10 days remaining in the promotion. My shower rewards, bink bonk, bonk bonk, bonk, deep, deep. Oh, he's getting off. Alright, bro. Easy, big fella. Appreciate him either way. Now I just see 12. You hear the wind? It's whipping, boy. And so that's just really destroying my fuel right now. I am getting 12 right here on a flat. Let me see if we done bumped up speed here. It's going to be even less. This is when I feel like my rock guard is a major drag. Alright, so let's see, 10, 11. It's pretty much flat right here. Brutal, bro. Totally brutal. Imagine if I was hauling one of those big bricks right now. It'd be like 6 or 5 or something really crazy. Dang, you hear all that wind? I really should adjust that camera a little bit because the side mirror is really obstructing the view. $138 miles before we get on that 680. Try to find me another big rigger here. Just keep my eyes open. I don't know what's up with this one here. Tapping her brakes. Why is it tapping her brakes? Trying to tell me not to follow you, or? Oh, she ain't driving, she's holding on. I think. I don't know. I can't tell what's going on. Yeah, she's holding on to somebody. There's another person in front. Couldn't see you there, mister. You couldn't see him. He's taints. Alright. So let's see. You said 474. Close that down. I was not able to upload the video again. I could be crazy, but I think when I say video, the lock turns on. What are you doing, bro? Why did you pull out in front of me? Hello? He's got a Dare bumper sticker. Remember that back in the day? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? I do more cooking so I can work longer, so I can earn more money, so I can buy more cooking, so I can work longer. Yeah. I learned it by watching you, okay? All the classics. the line, just go ahead. You're just riding on the line. What, are you drunk? Are we drunk? Or is that just our normal operating? Dang, bro. For real, 474 at the pump is actually 376 on my cart. $100. $100. Baruk Yahuah. Man, Baruk Yahuah. Wow, hallelujah. Now, see, that's looking at the situation with this tank and everything being optimal and working the way that it should. That's the cheapest fuel from Washington to Goshen. And so I tried to hit that sucker, and Tada like 100 and what did I say? I already done forgot. 115 gallons. I mean 80 and 95, 125. That would be like so I only had 10. That's pretty sweet. I'm gonna get behind this. Where are you guys going? Where are you going, bro? Where's the fire? You still can't get through. It's unreal, guys. It's unreal. Wow. Gotta tell my shot. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, baby. Actually, the pump said $474 for 115 gallons, and I checked the COM data card and it said 376. $100 off of the pump price. Baruk Yahuah. Excuse me. Man, that's what's up. Okay, I need some scripture. Some scripture, family. Shalom, Mashpaka. Shalom, Mashpaka. Shalom, Mashpaka. Yahusha reigns. Yahuah reigns. One of those old ones that Abba gave me. Baruk Atah. Some of them are corny. I don't care. I really don't. is Yahusha, Yahusha is Yahuwah, Yahshua. Yo. That's a mighty fancy rig you got there, mister. See, I'm getting 19 right now. 18, he's getting over. I'm getting over too. It says we're going 73. We're not going up a hill. I'm getting 11 up the hill. But I was getting in the flat. Let's see what happens. Dang, that is pretty. That's a really pretty truck you got there. I'm gonna have to let you guys see the truck because I am over here commenting on it. Just appreciation for a fine machine, you know. Look at the work that thing is doing. I mean, diesel's literally like the lifeblood of the entire economy, driving everything, right? Think about all the, now I know the food's not all Qadash and the stuff that's in the stores ain't all Qadash, but it's bringing those things. And it should be way cheaper. I agree with that. I say 20 miles right now. I don't know exactly what's going on with the wind. I'm trying to look at some of these treetops. So I'm going south. If this wind continues, 2 hours from now when I'm on 80, it's going to probably be pushing me east. Rock Hill. I don't think I've seen a tanker car like this one. It's kind of small, and then it's got two long shafts running down the top of the tires, basically, which I think is what houses the tubing. That's used to fill and empty the tank. I don't know that for sure, that's just my theory, but it makes a lot of sense. And he's got like a two-tone cap. It's white on top and dark gray on the bottom with a red pinstripe. And then his I guess you'd call them fenders, wheel covers up on the tractor match. Chrome smokestack, they're cut at an angle. I mean, even the tail lights on the back of the trailer are they're pretty. I don't know what else to say. They're kind of clear, and they got like a chrome face cover. I can see my truck in the reflection of the tanker, and all the lines going by on the road. It's pretty cool. Boy, I did break down and get a copy. I don't think it's right what happened. I didn't realize they charged me $2 and some. This is a refill. This ain't I ain't even get your cup. I didn't even get your cream or your sugar or nothing. I have been 50 cents on these, so I'm not sure, but it's fine. It's just so dang flat out here. But it beats MRB and FRB and those meetings that I used to go to. That's for darn sure. At least this office has a view of Abba's creation and a lot of his creatures too. Baruk Atah. 23 miles to the gallon on this flat right here. It says I'm getting right now. 22, 20, crosswind, see, boom, 15. 16, 17. You hear the winds slow down, up, back up again. It's interesting how all this works. I'm gonna need to 25. Dang. I'm gonna need to figure out how to get the rock guard off. It looks like I'm gonna have to just unbolt it, which is freaking crazy. I didn't know. And the one I got was off of Amazon, and it's even ended up costing me extra money to get it installed because they said they had to drill all these holes. It sucks, bro. But hey, my boy said that all the mud flaps on the truck make it look tough. I said, I know, right? We should get some in the front. Although that would have probably been, well, at one point, because I'd cleaned this window off. It was mud slinked all up on there. It's all over that mirror, whatever. And I guess that potentially would help with that. But it's really, the purpose is to protect the cargo and the load. Speaking of cargo and a load, here's a Raptor, and I don't know what's flapping around. But I don't like it. It's the dude's mud flaps. I just gotta let you know, buddy, those aren't really accomplishing nothing. They're free, those are mangled. That's a cute road dog you got there. Very cute road dog. I'm excited, Abba willing, for Gidget girl. If it looks like it's gonna be Gidget that's gonna want, man, I'll take turns if that's what it comes down to. It's fine. It don't bother me. But she's really done cling to me. For the longest time, my wife would bring him over and put him in my lap. He'd sit there for a second. Escape artist, man. He just want to get away. I don't know it. And then now that she's coming and being on my lap all the time and everything, it's almost like he's jealous now. He wants to come around and hang out on my lap too. But I think he's just he's a little skittish. He gets a little spooked. I don't think I did anything to spook him, but maybe I did. be all right either way. Like I said, they're both in training right now, as far as I'm concerned. Mama's getting them all trained up. Sit, going potty, sleeping through the night, all that stuff. Going outside to go potty. You know, I have to get off those pee pads soon. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting. There's a little, I call it saddle. I mean, after all, the interior is kind of like a saddle color or what have you. But it matches. And it's got like a little white woolly inside. You can kind of like clip it down on the bottom, and it literally just set right here. The only thing I've really been using that for is an armrest, which it still will be. And then like my cap book. But the cap book also can ride right there in the back, right where I got it right now. So, Baruk Atah. Plus, you only need it. You really only need the cap book if you get a roadside inspection or pulled over for traffic infraction or whatever. And also, at the time of delivery and stuff, or when you're first picking up, you might want to go ahead and like print out all your paperwork in the kiosk and put it in there. I'm very partial to printing at the kiosk because the paper is more rigid and it doesn't curl up when you're trying to take pictures of it to upload it into the app. I said take a picture, and this thing takes a picture. Takes a picture again. Stop it! Dude, for real, like everything listening to us all the time. So, yeah, when you pick up the unit, you got to get the key, usually out of the water heater compartment. Then you got to go open the door, and they usually just have the paperwork right inside. But we get that and keep it with the other paperwork in the cap book until we hand deliver it to the customer. I will do reloads, but that's kind of one of the things is like, then I got to use that printer, and it works. It wasn't working there for a little bit. I'm still puzzled as to what happened, but the orientation of how I had the paper in there was not correct. I still can't figure out how there's more than two ways for it to go, but nevertheless, it works. Thing is, you print out the paperwork and it's really thin and it curls up, and so you got to kind of like, you can reverse roll it, but it won't actually do the trick. The best results I got so far was that I did reverse roll the paper, and then I laid it flat and put it in between my black binder that they give us at orientation and the cap book, which is pretty heavy, and just let it ride like that. And I don't remember what load it was. A couple days worth of being like that. It seemed like it was okie dokie. It wasn't great, but it was alright. Hour and 41 minutes. We're going to start slowing down here. We're doing the construction thing again. 65. Well, I tell you, one thing that I did miss, crazy as it is, our little car. It's a Hyundai Santa Fe. Anyways, it has an adaptive cruise control, so that would be like way perfect for this situation of, you know, trying to stay in the drafting this big truck. And if he slows down a little or speeds up a little, it'll match it. Pretty loco. Works very well. Surprisingly, I didn't trust it for a while. It took me a while to build up some trust in it, but I do believe that it works very well. And as long as it's not really heavy rain, then it'll basically make itself inoperable. So that's the first time I seen him really get on his lights, and the whole around the tanker right there has got lights all on it too. Dang, man. Okay, so 2 on that side, 2 on that side, 4 on the bottom, and then the whole circle. And I'm pretty sure then when he puts it in reverse, he gets those 2 outside lights and those 3 beacon looking ones that are up top. Boy. I wonder if that, if that was like you owned that and you were able to just subcontract out, like, pretty sweet. Alright, so we're getting back up to speed here. Dang, that wind is whipping through here. He's not going too fast, but he is passing all the other trucks that are, going slow. So, like I said, speed limit's 80, and he's going like probably 73 most of the time. Going 73 right now. I don't know if he's having second thoughts about passing, because I think that they got the lane restrictions still. So, that other guy got over. All right, so that's cool. Road work ahead. Not sure why we're passing this Chevy, but we are. It'd be like 9 and 10. It's pretty insane what's going on here. And this, now imagine if this was like a big box trailer, right? I feel like I'd get even more draft. But look at the weight, and they're pushing through this wind. They're cutting it, right? Attention to him, what he's doing, what he's watching. It's like that. Because he's not gonna just like all of a sudden stop so much that I can't, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not that close. I gotta try to do that thing. There's a thing where you can count, right? It's not 3 Mississippi, I can tell you that. But I'm also not like way up on him. I mean, I can see his tires, his mud flaps, all that, no problem. And you know, the hood on this truck is actually a really large truck or hood. And the truck is like, it's kind of got a stance, like it's higher in the nose. Just naturally, just right now, not hauling nothing. Excuse me. 17 miles a gallon. My average is all the way down to 16.2 on the trip because of the wind. Honestly, I mean, obviously there are some mountains, but you're going to go down the other side of the mountain and you really kind of get a bonus then. So, you know, truck's a little bit heavy right now. What those crops are right there. Leave in the comments if you know. It's like a sea going up and down like this, but because of the wind. All this grass on the side of the road is really this way. I'm trying to check. Still trying to get used to this, but I think I got the idea. So it's 17 miles an hour that it's going north and east. So because I'm going south, I'm getting a little bit of that pushback, right? Once we shift over to the east, then that should be well. Thing is that there's gusts too, and it's saying 35, so 17 sustained, 35 gusts, so it's going to have an impact. Elk Point. I should get the name of that town that I'm going to be dropping now. Actually, let's also just check real quick and see, because they probably got these loads, right, that's coming out of North Carolina. Is it really 33 reloads, guys? Are you serious with that? A bunch of Oregon to Washington too. Indy to Minnesota, a bunch of those. There's like transfers. It's like Michigan City, Indy to Monticello or Monticello, Minnesota, and there's like 10 of them. Dealer type transfers. Also Braidwood, Illinois to Roscoe, Illinois. I don't know for sure, but when I looked at these before, these types of things in state, they pay more. They're paying you more per mile, so that's paying $2.06 a mile. And all the ones that were coming out of North Carolina before, they gone. just like that, they go. 54 on the regular loadouts. Dang, bro. I can't really just like go through those right now, but I wouldn't even be able to get one until Monday anyways, and I'm really, if I drop this load on Monday, I will be pretty amazed. I said this load, I ain't even picked up the load yet. You know what I meant. The assignment that I'm on. Okay, so it's Greenville. It's literally Goshen to Greenville, North Carolina. What are we on? And the last one that I dropped off over there in Washington, they signed off no driver damage. I already got paid, everything. But I had clicked the deliver button because someone had told me that they click it right away and then the button will pop up for them to upload their documents. Well, they didn't probably press it right away because they probably took their pictures first. Because when I pressed the deliver button, my opportunity for post-trip pictures was gone. And I don't know if that's always going to be like that, but I'm not messing with that no more. I want to put the picture there. It didn't matter sign because I got all clear from the customer and everything like that. But, you know, they had taken that unit and moved it around to the back in order to receive it in. So what would have happened if they would have come back and said it has this or that or whatever? Like I didn't have pictures. That's not cool, dude. I would have probably had to call, keep trying until I get a hold of my dispatcher, say I need you to undeliver that so I can add pictures. I mean, and you don't really know how long it's going to take you to get a hold of your dispatcher. I have called and gotten right through. That was like 1 out of maybe 12 different times. We usually call and call and call, and then end up sending an email or something. Just kind of give up. Had a lot more success calling the control room, which is really after hours, and receiving the inbound calls for all these different drivers that have different dispatchers. I was wondering if the dispatchers have to talk to the customers, like if they call and they're like, hey, you guys are supposed to be bringing us this, you know, whatever trailer. Can I get an ETA? Because sometimes when you look on the board, it's saying that it was supposed to have been delivered or delivered that day or whatever, and it's like, dude, it's gonna take several days to get there and nobody's even assigned to it yet. So, you know, I understand that they probably have to tell customers, maybe even regularly, that you know, whatever story they get from management, that's to explain why maybe you're running a day or two behind or a few days behind, what have you. Look at that. That is really pushing that tree. It's pushing, boy. So it's Greenville. I'm not that familiar with the cities in Carolina to be able to say one way or the other. You know, oh, that's north or what have you. Construction pop up. Is the construction still there? What do you think? Hey, there's actually workers here. Whoa, dude, there's actually people working here. Look at that. And it is hot. You know what I'm saying? It's 100 degrees, it says right there. They're putting asphalt down on that ramp. That's work. Oh, dude, look at this. Everything about the way you got your stuff arranged screams, I'm a dickhead. And that was jacked up what he just did. He'll be gone soon. We'll just fall right back in behind that tinker. Just get around this camper. You ever, when you're walking through a place, you're with your family, and somebody has to like get in between you guys, like it's a whole mess of people walking around, and you got to come and get, you know. They do it in a grocery store. They do it if you go to a, I don't know, a fair or something, rodeo. Of cattle, they're all in the mud. There ain't no grass around. Can't like it, bro. Can't like it. Racetrack, bomber, oval dirt. They got a little stock track over there. Sioux City. Ginormous tires on that flatbed. Dang, bro. How many ginormous tires? Are you gonna get over? Are you gonna get over? What you gonna do? I'm gonna get myself stuck right here. second. It was an Impala. My apologies. Chevrolet ought to be ashamed of themselves what they did to some of those models in those years. It's pathetic. See what they did to the Nova? Turn it into some kind of like economy fuel, a little sedan, whatever. Horrible. I don't know the details, but they should have fired whoever was the CEO immediately. And probably whoever submitted the drawings. It's funny. I'm just playing. It was kind of a rude awakening when I realized that even all those companies own marked everything else. Sick. Alright, 65. Accidentally fell a little bit behind my tanker here. I think Mr. Longhorns don't try to squeeze in on me. Is he gonna? I don't know what he's gonna do. He might have wanted to, but he just got on, so he was not quite up to speed. And we're all losing the right lane right here anyways, and everybody's gonna start getting on their brakes. I'm literally going 50 miles an hour. 50. I think it's probably 65. No, it's probably less from the construction. It could even be 45. It's gonna be so hot. I mean, that thing just said 103, and that changed to 102. So it's, it's getting hotter. And like my baby was saying and showing me the graphic from the interwebs, all the states red, heat wave, everything in the south. And I think even like Tennessee and Kentucky and all this too. Get up on this guy. So he'll try to cut me off if I don't. This is what NASCAR drafting must feel like right here. You're on the turn, you're trying to stay close. Kidding. I don't want to freak anybody out. Welcome to Iowa. Iowa. got you, big fella. Come on. $20 miles to the gallon right here. 22, 23, 27, 32. Dang. What's going on? I must be vapor locked with this thing. I think he's pulling me. 22. Drop it back down. That's some pretty water we got over here, fam. Mashpaka. So let's see if we can learn a little bit about how Iowa treats transporters and truckers and things, what they got going on with their weigh station and who all they require to weigh, etc. That wind is still whipping through there. Look at those trees. It is really whipping through there. Bongars. Is potentate coffee though. It said Colombian. Council Bluffs. Now where we're going next? Making our way down Council Bluffs. We got a fair going here. Sioux City. Right there. Carnival. Crazy. Outdoor amphitheater. What is that? Oh, that's seal. That building is mega. Or should we say maga? We're a little bit away from the I guess it would be like the downtown district where those old world buildings would be for this area. I think that's one of those pillars right there. Can't see. Yeah, there's definitely an obelisk right there. Oh, gross. Brand new basketball courts right here. Ain't nobody out there hooping it up. Yeah, bro, it's 103 degrees. Still, you think there'd be some, man, plus, look at what happened to your jump shot. Look at this wind. Oh my gosh, dude. You ain't even gonna hit the rim. That's funny. Imagine trying to shoot a 3 or something. That's so funny. 65. Pass it forward. Ooh, are you going to be getting off? Are you doing something that I'm not doing? Ugh. I'm not going on 129 if you are. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Whew. The sandy banks of this river are pretty inviting if it's not looking trashed by man. But it's just as far as like Yahuwah's creation goes, that's pretty cool. It's almost like a beach. My God, he got right back on over. What that cord's doing, boy. box right on the back too. That's we're gonna try to get a look at it. Get it on camera. I'm getting 23 right here. We are going like south, straight south right now. Oh boy. Killing this guy here. Dang, brother. What you got going on? Woo, boy. He ain't scared. See the way he came up that ramp? Getting past on the left right here. Solid concrete or something, slab, I don't know, it's some kind of weird drill thing. Extendable multi-stage looking drill, I don't know. They're probably heavy, considering that he's got a lot of empty space there. Oh, there he came right back on over. That's alright. That's okay. Dang, look at all those blue tractors. Look at all those matching blue tractors. What are y'all? A dealer or something, probably. Yeah, probably, because there's also a John Deere dealership there. Look at all those trailers, dude. Crazy. I wonder what those blue things are. Carrier. Isn't that like air conditioning? I don't know. Can I get a 105? I don't want a 105, but I'm probably going to get it. And we just went down to 103. Let's keep on knocking that down. I'll take that sucker all the way down to a nice, oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word. To a lovely, oh, about 73 degrees. Take it. I'll definitely take that. Okay. must be near a derriere. There's a dairy in the air. Smells kind of like a derriere. Oh. Was that her? Oh yeah. She just now reacted to my message. It must have went through. Yeah, Baruk Atah Yahuah is right. Shalum Yahuah, man, that's awesome. It's okay, Mama Bear, but the funniest thing was, I was just commenting and saying, oh, I don't think she ever replied to my message. I wonder if she got my message. I said, oh, I better go make sure that that message even went through. And then just a moment later, ba-ding, ba-ding, no notification. Yeah, see how they do us? See how they do us? I got 65 miles until I get to 680 East, which connects me to 80. I believe. I sure do, yeah, I sure do, Paul, that's correct. I've been drafting behind this really pretty tanker truck, and because it's a lot of wind right here, and it's making my saving us a lot on the miles per gallon, that's for sure. Oh wow, what that you sent me. Oh, he's getting off. I'll see you later, big fella. It was really awesome rolling with you. See you, boss man. That was cool. I'm gonna try to do that more often. If I get the Abba gives me an opportunity like that. So, my shot just sent me the craziest thing. 1970 Chevy Kodiak C4500. And I can tell by looking at it, it looks brand spanking new. I mean, completely renovated and restored. That is going to be one heck of a work truck. I would love to be in that truck. Oh my gosh, I got to look at that truck. I'm just looking at the thumbnail and I'm like, wow. Wow, look at that thing. Woo, boy. I'm pretty sure that I'd be all about working out of that truck. That is a working truck. So I don't feel like I've seen clear signage regarding way stations either since coming into Iowa. And I feel like we've been in Iowa now for a hot moment. So what's that all about? Here we go. All trucks use right lane next 2 miles. I've seen it like that before, and then oftentimes it will say something very specific about the 26,000 pounds. So we're gonna see. I'm getting boxed in right now. Wow, this is crazy, dude. Even the vehicle that's in the left with its left turn signal on is not even going. What are you guys doing? The old classic car coming up the ramp. Dude, you are swerving. You are not safe, young blood. You are not safe at all. I don't even think homeboy's legal. He looked at me paranoid face. So the way station is closed right here. I don't know what this car is, but it's a classic. The tag is custom tag, and it says MYGRL for it's a Buick. And it's, I don't know, kind of soft top. Is that a convertible? What I've got going on there? I was only trying to pass you because you wasn't up to speed, but I'm mean, I'm not going to speed to do it. But it is a pretty car, and I don't know if y'all can see it, but there it goes. It doesn't look like it's a convertible or a soft top. It's just got a two-tone white top, whatever, however you call it. It's a little bit before my time, but it's still pretty. All right, I know you've been waiting to get by, so go ahead on with your bad self. Oh, sorry, shouldn't have said BAD, darn it. Although sometimes you never know, it could be appropriate. Fly. Shoot fly, you bother me. Let me see what my baby's saying. Alright, I'm gonna go see what my baby's saying. I'm gonna be right back with y'all. Be right back with y'all. What we got here? We got high winds coming through here. Gusty types of winds. Whew. It's funny, I actually just saw some of the transporters on Facebook saying it looks like the Wyoming high winds have taken up residence in Nebraska and Iowa. And I'll definitely vouch for Iowa right now. I don't know what's going on here. I got a big box truck. It ain't a box truck. It's an 18-wheeler. What I'm trying to say is that the trailer is a box, and I feel like I might want to just slide right on in behind big boy right here. Hope Mr. Dooley don't mind. But you're not really drafted, bro. So you're kind of way back, because you're on your way back. I noticed that my wolf box sometimes is hot. You touch it to adjust it. It's like, dang, that thing's hot, but the sun is 102 and it's beating down like right on the. Like I got behind this guy and he started slowing down. Am I making him nervous? I see a lot of multi-hauls. A lot of multi-hauls. That's so funny. I turned the camera back on and my phone's blowing up. Wonder what those crops are down there. Look at all those things blowing in the wind. There's no moisture right now in the sky, but it's like if there was, I feel like we'd be dealing with some storms because it'd be pushing that stuff into and up against something else. Friction. As above, so below. Friction. Judgment. Alright, I don't want you to be nervous there, big fella. Just riding your wake right now. That's all I'm doing. Just keep on going as if I wasn't even here. Okay, 39 miles. Let's see what we got. Just so you know, I never say anything. What's going on? I gotta go check in on this. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So I hadn't gotten to the bottom of that yet, but I did get shared a message about sleeper cells. And I did look at it and listen to it and everything like that. And I just replied with a comment, and I really feel like I should share it with you guys. So, listen up. Yeah, right, you know, yeah, they're here because they put them here. They put them up. They fund them. They arm them. It's all by design. This ain't freaking Islam versus Christianity. What a weird dude. Anyways, you know, when I was working in law enforcement, they started coming out with new technology, software and stuff, so that they could like insert 911 type calls directly, like through apps. And they were making all the agencies register with this app. Especially they justified it with like school shooters. So they would say like they could silent notify via the app on their phone. And I was saying to the manager at the time, you know, like, what if somebody hacked into this system and just overrided us, inundating us with a massive amount of calls so that we would become paralyzed and unable to respond? And he looked at me like I had two heads, you know what I'm saying? Because he just, yes, man, does what he's told. Don't ask questions. I guarantee you that they're going to use that system for that purpose. Not only that, guess what the name of the CAD system that everybody in the county got in their agencies? Not too long after that, what it's called? New World. No joke, Ak. New World. And if I put a call in my agency in Indian Harbor Beach, then you, as a dispatcher for Brevard County Sheriff, can see my call, and I can see your calls, and it's going to ultimately become one centralized dispatch. They might start out with doing divisions in different precincts, but ultimately it's to put everything under one all-seeing eye. They will inundate everything, overwhelm the system, and cause it to crash. Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that's a plank out of, I think it's a Communist Manifesto playbook, to inundate the border, inundate the banking system. You know, you have the threat of the cyber attacks and all that. You aren't going to be able to discern or tell who actually did that. There go three really cute horses. They going for a ride in their daddy's trailer. You see what I'm saying? If they want to take the entire system down and just say it was Russia, it was Korea, or Iran, or this, that, whatever they want. Whatever they want. And all you know is panic, fear, skies falling, like voices haven't been trying to tell you for a while, you know, like what's actually going on and stuff like that. Yep. crazy crosswind, bro. Dang. 103 it's saying. The sun is it's like shifting over yonder. So at least we got that going on. I mean, I don't know, maybe where I'm at, it's no signal or something. It is saying 4G, but I sent a couple messages out and it's like they didn't get them. Oh boy, what's going on in Goshen? I got some kind of weather alerts. Extreme heat. June 21st through June 25th. Yeah. Gave me some other alerts. I don't know how this... I'm not sure what's up with my little weather app, but it started giving me alerts of areas that I've traveled through. Like, that ain't my... I didn't ask for that, but it's just doing it on its own, so there you go. You gotta watch this driver log thing here. I went and did my 30-minute break, and I put myself back driving, and it rounded down from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And so the app was like, oh, you're about ready to be in a violation. You need to stop driving. I'm like, oh, I already took my 30-minute break. And then it's like, I look at it and it had it down to 15 minutes. That's not cool. It's not cool. So, Baruk Atah Yahuah, you're able to like edit that. You know what I'm saying? This little yellow truck just whipped right up in here and got in between me and the big truck. Just like I say, just like when you're in the grocery store and they try to get in between you and your shop. Or worse, between you, your Yashar'Al, and your child. And in their worldview and in their little mind, you're in their way. If they even seen you at all. Most likely you hadn't. Wow, that was, I mean, just kicking up the dust, that wind. See, the great news is that he's going to be gone, and I'm going to settle right back into where I was. So this is actually starting to turn to the east, on southeast I should say, and then we'll bend back again to straight south, but I'm 24 miles away from that turn to the east. Once I get on 680 and I settle into, dude, that thing is saying 880, and then that's saying 680. Is it 680 or 880? What in the world? That's weird. I don't know if there's a such, I don't know enough about these little roads to know. I said little, it ain't that little. I don't know if there's an 880 and a 680. I'm not sure yet. Those are usually like some kind of beltway or bypass or what have you. Temperature did go down one. I feel like the temperature might have dropped, but I think it's actually just because the sun is a little bit behind me right now. So yeah, hot and windy, no clouds around where I'm at right here. I don't know what the national radar and whatnot looks like. See, they're crafty and they're clever because whenever they kick it off here, it's going to cause some kind of a base of folks here to actually like engage in violence. They need that to happen. And I think, you know, it's pretty easy to say that anybody who has anything to say in opposition to, say, like Trump, for example, becomes an enemy, right? Because, oh, there's these jihadist sleeper cells, Muslim Brotherhood, radical, blah, blah, blah, right? And so they're going to lump, they'll pit these groups against each other. It's going to seem like it's genius. That's funny what I just said. Because I remember looking into that when Trump kept saying that. And a jinn is a demon. And this word genius is from that root, the derivative from the jinn. It literally is like demonic. Demonically inspired knowledge. And a stable genius, stable, solid, grounded, fortified, mighty. He said, I'm a mighty demon. I'm a stable genius. You just don't know what you're hearing. You didn't know to discern that. Be like, here goes another one of those multi-haulers. He's got 3 cargo vans on his big old flatbed. Those guys are making ducats, man. I don't know about the fuel cost. Somebody was just posting if these fuel costs continue, I won't be doing this much longer because they've gone up just in the past couple of weeks. It is going to go up. And they're going to crash the whole thing down. We're all going to just do the best we can. And we're going to be listening really close for Abba. The Ruach of Yahuah, that still voice. There goes another multi-hole. What are you gonna do with all these fans anyways? It's crazy. I heard your message, baby. I'm gonna try to get to it in just a second. Oh dang, this wind is something else. Alright, I gotta go listen to this. I'll be back. I need to keep my attention level very high right now. It's saying that we got 5 miles to the 680 east, and it shows 680 on here. I'm probably not going to be able to check that right now. That second batch of coffee gonna go right on through me. Excuse me. All right, 4 miles. Like it's just outside of a place called Love Land. land. Speed limit is 70. Okay. No need to change nothing there. Yeah, I'm tempted to check, but I don't want to check right now. Woo! This is kind of a major interchange for us, for me. So I need to make sure to hit this one just right. 3 miles. And then once I do, I think I need to cancel this one and then go click on the one Yahusha sent me, a rest area. I gotta also be mindful of how much time I have. On my log. That's actually a little bit quicker of a thing that I can check. 3.5 hours. So there's my half, would make that 3.36. That sign says 880. That map says 680. This map says 680. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, why you gotta make it so confusing? They'll be like, well, it is. It's 680 and it's 880 and it's also 80. Right. 1.3 miles. Watch out. Watch out. Dang, look at him go. He's going to be all up in that trailer. Boyer River. Boyer River. A couple toy haulers up ahead. They look like bumper pool style. Oh, that almost messed me up. That's just Loveland. I don't want that. That almost jacked me up, bro. Okay. So we're gonna do the whole bing bing bong, bang bang bang bong bong bong, bong bong bong bong bong bong bong bong bong. So depending on what the winds do, we may get wind right at our back here. And then there's the whole question of what the traffic is going to be like. I'm not sure if there's a lot of exits or what. But if I would have kept going to the exchange for 80 down there, I think I would have been in like Omaha or something. I think so. I don't want to deal with that. That's for dang old sure. I'll tell you what, man, that dang old. So it gets a little more congested down there too. You ain't got time for that. A lot of dust blowing around there, and even though my air is on recycled, I can smell the dust. I'm not sure what's up with that. Here's 8 70 miles an hour. This guy's going kind of slow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stick with him or not. So now I'm definitely heading east. Look at the size of that load. That's a massive dump truck. That is one heck of a dump truck, I'll tell you. So I'm gonna whip out and around. No offense. Thank you for rocking with me there for a bit. Safe travels. But it's also like we're starting to go uphill, so could have something to do with it. Alright, so now I need to close out of this. Close. Get back to my baby. I love you so much, Yapa. I'm gonna go try to click on your link to the rest area now because I just got on 880 East, which I think will merge or turn into 80 East. I'm not sure about. Let me go try that link. And it's buried back here because messages. Oh, look at this. We got a rest area coming up in 1 mile. And we're going to snag that. I'm going to stop there. So be back with y'all shortly. And also give me a chance to double check what's happening on the map. Alright. Back. So I did the 680, aka 880, whatever. Dead ended into 80, so now I'm on 80 East. There's construction back there, and it said narrow bridge 55. We're slowing down, going over that. There's a friggin' trailer from a tractor trailer, like half down. I mean, off of this road in the center median, where you would be going over the next road under. I don't know if that was old. I was like, what the heck? Sorry, I didn't get a chance to turn the camera on. I don't know if you would have seen it anyway because it's on my side, but it's I don't know if the tractor's still attached to the trailer or what. And then as I'm looking at that, being like, well, what the heck is that all about? I seen an ambulance going by this way. And my first thought was, are they going to that? But no, they went past it. So it must not be fresh, or they would have still alarmed it, right? Still alarmed, like, oh, mile marker 33, look at that. Plus another down deer right back there a second ago. Everything's just like boom, boom, boom, boom. My Ak was just saying that they want to pop everything off on their pagan HOLY day, and I'm like, which HOLY day is that? I don't know what the one is for, like, what is it for Juneteenth or whatever? I don't even know. 200 miles to the exit that I'm supposed to be looking to spend the night. Let me see, I got a couple of messages. That was it. Boy, today, this is a long day. So then she check and see how far I got to go after I spend the night here. Start out tomorrow, 5.5 hours. So I might just go ahead and go to the yard and hitch up and then look at the situation, because I might just start trying to get out to Carolina right away. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this job. It's not really paying that much. But of course, course, most of this is just me getting out here. It worked out, Baruk Atah Yahuah, that I got dispatched on Friday, which gave me until Monday as a cushion. But if I can pick up sometime mid-Sunday, or even mid-Sunday, then I can also get some miles going. Big guy behind me, if he passes me, well, he's not gonna now, not on this hill. I was gonna say I'm gonna try to follow him. I don't know how much elevation stuff we got going on right here, you know, wherever the heck. I'm between Omaha and Des Moines, closer to Omaha, so I don't think it's a lot. I think it's gonna be very, very flat. Iowa, Nebraska, this whole area, they were commenting on it on Facebook, and I'm seeing it myself firsthand. Shalum Yahuah. Right back. Excuse me. Funny car behind me. Just looks like it's a cop or something, but it's not. Okay, so this big rig is passing me now. But there's another hill right here, so he's probably trying to get speed up so he can get up this hill. Did you just look at me in a funny way? Are you funny, boy? I don't know what's going on now. Now he's staying right there. A little bit off of this character. Look, bro, there's a hill right ahead of you, and you're not going to be able to. I don't know what you're trying to do. Very strange, dude. Very strange. I'm just keeping my stuff steady. You didn't get yourself some speed up for this hill. Then you're gonna come back and go down the other side and look at me funny again? Heck, bro. No time for that. See windmills over on this side, over on that side. Pretty much right down the middle. There's a bunch of them over here. There's a bunch of them. Oh my gosh, look at how much are down there. All the way down there. And with the way the wind's whipping, I would say, you know, if you're not making a fortune right now, then you're doing something wrong. Investing all that money in those dang things. They are gross. Eyesore. 99, the temperature is starting to drop a little bit. It's really weird. Now I'm going east, and the wind is almost like it's more north instead of like northeast like it was. It's like it shifted. I turned and it turned. That's what it seems like. I thought it was going to be pushing me right through here. It's pushing me that way, not that way. Man, you see the sleeper on that truck? Dang, that thing is, it's like 3 cabs in one. Call it a cab? No, probably not. Alternator part or the engine part or whatever of one of these big windmills. That thing is huge. It's kind of crazy how they do this. Big diesel tractor hauling 2 flatbed diesels, like piggyback stuff, man. That is so crazy how they do that. I don't know how they winch that thing up on there like that. Prairie Rose State Park. Definitely be ready for some grub and sound sleep. Only had just like a little bit of jerky and much coffee. Not trying to not take care of myself, so got it like that. What I really want to do is make sure that I'm finished with everything by Shabbat. That's the main goal. That's the main thing I want to do. So I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to be able to be Tuesday night. I don't know that I can make it down there and back in time. I don't think so. I don't know. Should be a real straight forward drop, especially if it's a Camping World, normal business hours and all that. Just phone ahead, let them know I'm coming, because I was looking at this whole situation, be like, can I drop it off on Monday? Because I might can. Obviously, that would be making like amazing time if I'm able to do that. See those guys coming, but there's this hill and that truck's going to slow down a bit. I don't want to get over just to get right back over. They ain't going to pass me on the right. Going like freaking 15 over. Whatever, bro. I can't worry about what these people do because it act a fool for sure when they all go together, but maybe they've been passing everybody together. I don't know. Look at that. Just acting like absolute freaking retards. Now, I'm not sure how Big Boy up here has kept his speed up so much, because it was a hill right there. Now I wonder if he's going to start taking off. Oh, he put his brakes. Why is he putting his brakes? They're going to box him in. There goes another one, too. That's interesting. He was braking. I'm not sure what that was all about. Something about popping off on the pagan HOLY day, and like I don't know what is their next day. I'm always watching all their days. They're always doing crap on their days, but they do a lot of fake outs with that too. Make people look like they don't know what the heck they're talking about because they, say this date and that date, then they think nothing happens. The people think nothing happens, but stuff's happening underground for sure. Like their ritual sacrifices. Let me see what this is. My baby, she put a heart on my last message. Okay. I don't think Aki saw my message yet. Excuse me. It is quite a bit of little ups and downs through here, so you might not just drive with somebody. What do you got hanging there? What is that Tesla thing you got hanging there? Kind of grumpy too. What's up with that, bro? Is that a Shiva idol you got there, or what? What was that? That was weird. That folks want to pass you. I thought this one was going to do it, but Baruk Atah's not. And then just get right over, like so close to you. There's plenty of room ahead of us. There's no one over here behind us. You can get up there a fair piece and then come on over. Ain't no reason to be abrupt and in my face about it. Weird. I know some people do it as a way of saying, hey, you were in the way. You shouldn't be over here. Hey, you should be over there. Right? Like that. clip your nose right off. But I mean, the people that are passing and signaling, and they're not, you know, trying to go around you, so to say. So 180 miles.
Going to do that. But as you do know, of course, from the president's remarks, is that he still holds out the hope for negotiations. And there's also been a reinforcement that Iran and its proxy should not target U.S. interests or personnel. And if they do, the consequences will be dire. So we can...
Or translation is coming soon, right? Maybe even in progress. As we speak, I don't know. The consequences will be dire. We warned you, we told you. Don't fry any fish in our backyard.
That. And of course, the ultimate red line, which has been repeated constantly, because it's what the president sees as being the most important aspect is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is not a negotiable dynamic. All right, yes sir, at the end here. Yes sir, go ahead, please.
Sorry.
We'll keep going here.
I have a non-Middle East question.
Yes.
We're getting reports that Japan has canceled the annual security talks known as 2+2 with Secretary Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth because of U.S. demands for them to increase their defense spending. Do you have any comment on this? And has Tokyo communicated with...
No, I have no comment on that at this point. Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. Primary two questions. One on China and Iran strike. It was reported that the Chinese private plane was headed to Iran. Has there been any detection of Chinese actions or cooperation to support Iran?
Let's take that back, shall we? Get back to her with an answer on that. What is your next one, please?
One more question, please. Iran's nuclear weapons are threatening the entire world if the United States intervenes in a war between Israel and Iran. Do you think it will need support or cooperation from its allies?
Well, we've made very clear, I think there's, if anything is obvious to the world, it's that President Trump has demands regarding that.
I don't know. If it's just me, did you catch that the reporter asking the question presumed that Iran had nuclear weapons in the, that's like the foundation of the question? That was very weird. I'm trying to follow what the lady's saying, and it's just like, if I'm telling you a story and then the details take a while to come to the forefront, and you might forgot what I said in the first place. Freaking no. Weird, dude. Weird. Theater. I wouldn't be surprised if they rehearse this stuff in advance. All right, let me see.
His concern is the fact that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We know, of course, since October 7th, Israel remains in the posture of defending itself and the existential threat that is posed in that region by Iran. Our efforts clearly reflect the president's commitment to diplomacy first, to diplomacy being the thing that he believes will and can succeed, but he's also a pragmatic man. And this is why it's probably the most transparent leader globally right now, is making it clear publicly about his positions and when he would be willing to be making decisions about that. But we're always working with our allies and our partners. It's clear, and that will be also evident when the President and Secretary of State go to The Hague for the NATO meeting next week. All right, now go ahead, in the back. Yes, sir.
From Bangladesh. Given UN Human Rights Commission Chief Volker Turk concern over the banning of political parties in Bangladesh, also Human Rights Watch has accused the UNISLAT interim government for arbitrarily targeting Awami League supporters. Does the U.S. consider this violation of democratic principle and condemn these actions?
Obviously, when it comes to let's say, a White House reaction to what is occurring in another country, I would suggest you contact the White House. But for when it comes to Secretary of State and the State Department, let's take that back, and we'll get an answer for you in that regard. But what I can tell you about Bangladesh Wednesday, and discussed the interim government's efforts ahead of the national elections. They discussed the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship, including expanding trade and commercial ties. The United States is committed to working with Bangladesh to promote peace and stability in the region.
And I have a second short question on same. What is the State Department response to the alleged fabricated charges against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the rise of mob killing and violence, and the imprisonment of individuals like 100 journalists without trial under this interim government? Will you condemn this and ask them
we
to
will
free them?
take that back, and I'll get you an answer as soon as we can get one for you. Yes, sir, in the middle here.
Thank you so much.
The Turkish President Erdogan hosted the Armenian Prime Minister and his delegation in Istanbul today, and he mentioned that they talked regional issues, including the stability and peace in the Caucasian region and the problems or the issues between Turkey and Armenia. How do you follow these meetings?
Well, I've not spoken to the Secretary specifically about that particular instance, but I'm sure we will be able to get to you his opinion and the nature of how he's reacting. I would also suggest the White House as well for you for more information in that regard, but if we can take that back. And with that, that is going to be it for me today. It is, again...
show, dude. Absolute clown show. Alright, I know that the audio is always caca, but it looks like Trump is getting off of Marine One and might say something. Let's just see what we get. Like a whole lot of nothing, but he was doing that whole like fight thing. Yeah, right. Crazy, bro. So crazy.
Here on the desk, but I'm leaving you in the hands of my colleague Austin Westfall. Hey, good to see you.
Reliable hands, not stable hands.
Hands.
Just the hands.
Just the hands.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I got a lot coming up. We are going to be watching out one live event that we know of that we expect to take place during my time on the desk. That's going to be another Fighting the Oligarchy tour event. Expect Bernie Sanders to take to the podium. We believe it's going to start in around a half hour. In the meantime, we do know that Israel in around 10 minutes time. We're going to be coming up with them shortly here. And then Hal Kempfer is going to be joining me at 5:30. But this is, and it looks like we might have a frozen screen on us there. This is Arizona, Christina. This is where you and I live. Guess what today is? I was on the National Day calendar today. Today's National Arizona Day.
Is
Christina.
it really?
National Arizona Day. Can you believe it?
No, I can't believe it since you're telling me.
This great state that we live in, we celebrate it. Beautiful state, the Grand Canyon state. My question is, for you, Christina, you've been living here now for how
today?
Aside from being a
Mesa.
Mesa is in fact pro.
Flagstaff.
Flagstaff is
Scottsdale. Is Scottsdale considered a city?
I come up here, I come up with ideas for ways to quit. But you know what? Cities in a lot of states probably.
Well, I can name 5 cities. Now we know this. We're just going to be cheating democracies in just a few minutes.
Weird.
In the meantime, let's just listen into a few minutes of the comments that were also made yesterday at the UN Security Council meeting discussing the conflict there in the Middle East.
Yeah, let's not do that.
La ciencia metafísica, más allá de la física, o sea,
I don't know what this is over here to my left, but it looks like a giant obelisk. I mean, what the heck? What is that, bro? It's a giant white pointy monument. Wow. So weird. It's like these rest areas are stacked up. I guess that maybe because folks like shut down, maybe from the winds or something. Because like stacked with 18-wheelers, just stacked. Let's see how we're doing here. 155 miles, that's 2 hours. 2 hours to go. And my log is allowing me 223, so it's going to be right on time. And depending on what's going to go on with this wind, I may or may not be firing up my little griddle then. I mean, you know. I don't necessarily want to stay in a rest area. My baby was saying that it was a new one and it was clean and this and that, but it's more the issue is like the folks around. Not too trusting of the lawlessness, right? So I just try to be wise as I can. May Yahuah make me invisible to the wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash and cover me. It's gorgeous, right? Rolling hills and the trees in this area. Man, these windmills are all over the place. I didn't know that it was so widespread. Kind of like Teslas. I kind of landed myself in Washington when 2020, and I just thought that they were inundated there, and then I travel around and I'm seeing them all over the place. I'm like, oh, okay, it's more like center, green field. Okay. Another one. And another one. There's a flag right up here on this outside of this metal building. You can look at the flag. It's just rip it, bro. I don't know if you can see it because the angle would have been really, really flat. Interesting thought about these windmills too is that you can't eat them. So the landowner, if they're getting any money or anything from what it's producing, I guess the buck stops there, kind of, so to say, right? Because everything goes belly up. You can't eat it. Can't eat those profits. I don't know. I would be curious to see what our food production is like this year compared, historically speaking, whatever. Looks like these ones are on land that also has crops, but you can see how certain landowners or farmers might start investing more in those and not as much in the actual crop. There's like a bunch of something growing right there. I have no idea what it is, but it's a lot of it. Both sides of the road. So I could be completely wrong about that. Funny, I'm just thinking how Trump was saying that Iran is sitting on so much oil, so they can't really justify needing nuclear energy. But isn't that also kind of similar to what he would say about the U.S. and maybe like natural gas or something? I don't know. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to the U.S., right? Still making our way through that first half of a tank of fuel. Miles remaining. Oh, we're gonna get pretty clear past Des Moines. Yeah, what is the holiday that's coming up? Let's see if I can figure out how to phrase the search, right? Big thing barely be turning. This makes no sense. In June, there are numerous HOLI days observance, including Father's. Juneteenth, the 19th. That's funny that I said that a little bit ago. Yeah. Summer solstice. That's probably what he's talking Interesting. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. Ooh. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. still got an hour and 46 minutes to go. Seems like all the construction is going on off of the roadway. They're building a whole new bridge with lanes over here. And there's another kind of broad river. It's interesting. Okay, this looks like man-made lake right there. Looks like. No. I don't need to be alert now because this is Des Moines coming into. Saw a sign that said all trucks use the right lane. This is Iowa Veterans Cemetery. End of road work. All trucks over 10,000 pounds must weigh. window, it was just like heat. So it still says 95 out there. I'm not sure what's up with this box truck man. Like, I'm trying to pass him, but I think he's speeding up. And we're even on a hill, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's me. we just got flooded with cars, and they're gonna start trying to rip and roar and get on out of here. Usually just try to hang back a little bit, let them be loco. This way. Dude, freaking crazy, bro. Oh, I almost got sucked into that 235 Chicago trap. What a insane thing. Totally crazy. Why doesn't it say both left lanes? You know what I mean? Forget about it. Construction equipment parked everywhere. It's all over the place. I-80 East and 35 North are the same road right here. Just FYI. And it looks like they're saying 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes get to stay on N35 and E80. Section there, and if that's the worst of it, I will be surprised. We shall see. Because right now 35 and 80 are like combined, but they're gonna split. You would think something like that would be clear. Tractors that I saw a whole mess of. Called Nationwide Transportation. Wonder how many of those they got. It's kind of interesting how this guy's going slow now. He was flying in the construction zone. It's very bizarre. do kind of feel for him because that's one heck of a load, and the wind is blowing. Now, see, he's over in that far right lane again. There's a car over there. Don't come over here, bro. You all right, buddy? That is. He's got a lot going on, that's for sure. Let's see if he starts speeding up now. Big old water. Big water. Is it literally Des Moines River? Looks like it's Des Moines River. You're looking all right. Definitely not dealing with that 235 mess. Suck me into that black hole again. Sides are flying past me. Main thing is just to stay safe and get through the urban insanity. Just exited from the middle, 2 lanes over. Alrighty. Okay, so I see they're starting to show the signage for the split. North 35, West 235, Minneapolis, Des Moines, 1/2 of a mile. The Jeep wants to get into a wreck with the other Jeep. Old Jeep versus new Jeep. Ready? Fight. I'm gonna go around this truck. Plus there's other cars coming on, merging right there. Can't be here too long because there'll be a bunch of folks wanting to push past. but I don't think it is. It has the yellow and the red, but it didn't have that little sun symbol in the center. I don't know. See some pyramids right here. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna find out. There's actually a bunch of them. Some kind of shrine. It said Zagaraga Shrine or some crap. Okie dokie, Oli. This is definitely quite a large RV dealer. Wow. Rider vehicle sales. Nationwide trailers. There's a lot of towns still along here, so I feel like it's probably going to stay fairly congested for a little bit. But maybe not. They're already introducing rest stops. dust. So it's still a thing. just like really glitchy. Because they're from Sturgis, MI to Elkhart, IN. Bunch of them. Because an hour from now it's going to still be hot. It's 93 and the sun is like still above the reflection of my side mirror, like I can't even see it. Alright, I wanted to get around that last guy. See, there you go. My rear view mirror thing would run out. Just like what I was telling you. No, wait a second. Plug in, it'll work. Like, is it overheating? No, it's not as hot as it was. I don't understand, dude. What the freak stuff? It's brand new. The way it is anymore these days, brand new, is exactly why it's breaking, because it's cheap crap. It ain't like it used to be. Now it's working, see? have something called Iowa Speedway Drive. Very, very interesting. There's more of those hops. Right there. There you go, buddy. Oh, right there beyond the camera. Bing, bing, two of them. Another one on that side. Newton. And that guy's hauling 2 Amazon Prime trucks. Yeah, what do you got over there? What are you doing? Seems like one horse. Maybe it's 2 horses. Maybe it's 2 horses. One. Not a big sheepdog, huh? Big, maybe some pony. I don't know, man. That was a little bit too big to just be a dog. Thought it was a horse laying down for a second, but it was like wagging its tail, standing up. Weird. North skunk. River. One, two, three more hawks right there. This one crossing the road. Crazy. Yep, look at that. He's crossing right in front of us, Baruk Atah. Look at that, right above us. Wow. Purdy. I actually don't know if that is a hawk. Maybe it's some kind of a vulture or something. I think I saw like red up on the head. Pretty weird. Very dark in color with some light and or whitish underneath. Rock Creek. Bing. Bada bing. Now we're really getting close. 60 miles to go. 60. Oakland Acres. Rest area, 2 miles. Next rest area, 30 miles. I thought I saw another sign that said wireless. They have Wi-Fi at rest areas? I mean, if they do, I'm going to try to upload some videos because I have to transfer them to the laptop. So if the laptop can connect, that'll be alright. This is going to be the third part of this going back to Goshen. Silly. Just getting tired. And it's actually it's kind of amazing some of the stuff that Abba's brought out. I don't know who all is going to actually be able to sit through and endure it. I would like to think that people would want to look at that. Just look out there. You don't even have to listen to me. I ain't sure don't. inverter on the truck does charge the laptop. It was a question I had for a while, and I never took the time to plug it in and test, and it does. So, you know, Baruk Atah, able to use it for that. I'm sure it could be used to charge all sorts of electronics and stuff, but I doubt that you can really run much. Nothing that heats up or spins up necessarily on there. Well, I wanted to just be able to trickle charge the Jackery from there, but no. I'm gonna get boxed in. I'm gonna get over it. You're not gonna box me in, dude. This guy's going way too slow. I would have to hit my brakes for that. Pretty sure that the Jackery is going to be at 100% right now. You know, a long day driving, it's powering the fridge. You know, it gets some draw like overnight, but not much. And then the coffee too. Dawning, that kind of kicks it down a little bit, but it's probably been completely restored for several hours now. Starting to see the sun coming into that. Maybe 2 more hours. I don't know, it's hard to say. Let's see if the app is able to know where it is yet. Yeah, it's Malcolm. But whatever time the sun goes down in Malcolm is probably going to be, so it's saying 8:47. 8:47. That's going to be like less than an hour. 51 minutes remaining on my log, and 39 minutes until we reach our destination. Curious what the overall mileage for today is finna be. One way I can find this out is by going into yesterday. Oh, that ain't gonna work because I only had shoot and tate. Thursday, which was 480. Opened up a calculator. It's kind of messed up, in my opinion, that they make you do this. It's a bit much. 480 plus. Okay. Now Friday. So the first day, Thursday, I only went 480 miles. Second day, Friday, 768. And you get a number. So So that's 1248 combined. Okay? And then right now, we're at 1925, and we have 44 to go. 1925 plus 44 is 1969, and that just became 1970 minus 1970, 722. I'm surprised it's less. I am kind of surprised. Wow. Today definitely felt like more. Huh. That is very interesting. No, that's math, right? 1970. So go into Saturday's form, and in the distance, log 1970. Save. So my baby's saying 5.5 hours. So I'll go straight from here to the yard and hitch up. And then I'm gonna look and see what kind of route I can take to Carolina. I think it said it was 700 and change. So let's say I go, I don't know, 3.5 hours, right? Then I'd almost be, dang, I might could. That's crazy, bro, because like, imagine if I could drop the unit on Monday and get a little bit back, and then make it back into Goshen, stay at hotel, one of the ones that we get a rate at for Shabbat. Might be able to make it. Only Yahuah knows. All I can keep on doing my best I can do and let him bring the increase. And that's all that is. And these windmills everywhere out here. So it done dropped to 90, another multi-haul. It was asking about whether or not it was police. It must be right there. of it is GMO. He gonna try, but it's a hill right here, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. That ain't even really that much looking ahead. I don't know why you come running up on me like that. That was weird. I guess you're gonna end up passing me right here or something. 30 miles. Woo! And that's a complete day. Big boy in front of him didn't even put his signal on. Now he have to hit his brakes. Oh my gosh. I want to get clear of this guy. He's got his front end hanging off over here too. Freaking weird, subsidy program or something, right? Why would so many folks want to invest in that if they weren't incentivized to? Oh, some big bugs. Mega streets going on there. We'll see what goes on tomorrow. I think we might encounter some more weather. Not all that my gate code work, or else I'm gonna have to wait. It's like infuriating with that. Seeing folks reporting it multiple yards, gate code's not working. Come on, y'all. And that the kiosk has paper. Kiosk not have paper. Gate code work, kiosk got paper. Everything check out okay on the trailer. My first fifth wheel hitch up. Abigail, brand new fifth wheel hitch, never hitched up before. Can't foresee any issue, but halal for Abinu's Baruk Atah upon it all. Otherwise, it won't be well. That's how it is. out well with the sun down and the temperature. Might even have only a limited amount of time to cook. In all honesty. We'll have to see on that one. I really do want to be able to eat though. I will, of course, wait, but would rather not. It's kind of already did. I don't know what time I ate the chicken last night or whatever yesterday, but it's probably pretty close to the whole 24-hour thing. It's really wild looking at the sun in this rear view camera because it looks probably like twice its actual size or something. It's defined, like it looks massive. Can't really look at it in this mirror, it's just too bright. That's a cool old tractor you got there, Mr. N. It's a Ford. Wow, look at that. Crazy, dude. That is pretty wild, an old Ford tractor. It's interesting. They put this ag equipment, created art out of it. So bizarre. What in the world? What? It's wild. Blue equipment. Check them out. Pinnacle. It's an RV transporter. That's a brand new Pinnacle. It says Amana Colonies. National Historical Landmark. Amana. Dang, that sounds Opry. just thinking about how messed up it was. The Walmart wouldn't let folks park overnight there. It's so crazy. And then I was thinking about how they had that extra waiting period in Washington for like the shotgun and stuff. It's crazy rules. And like calling some other Walmarts and asking questions. They're in different states, and they're saying, well, it also depends on where your license is. And I find that interesting that, let's say a state that you could purchase a shotgun and take it home the same day might not get a return back as quick on a resident of a state like Washington. Okay, but what if we'll just say it was Montana where you can get one same day? Well, what if they have a Montana driver's license and they go to Washington? Are they going to have to deal with the same restrictions on a Washington resident has? Yeah. So it's never going to work in your favor. See that? And they're going to hold it against you that you got a driver's license in Washington when you go to a Walmart in another state where they don't have all those same restrictions, but you're going to still get restricted. It's messed up, bro. Very messed up. Excuse me, I'm tired. 14 miles to go. birds out here, they're black and they got like red or orangish on them. The top part of their neck, their shoulder neck area, I guess, the breast, I don't know, top part. Whoa. And the one just went flying like, right towards the truck and passed. I don't know what type of bird they are, you know, the name. Just know they're cool and filled with beauty. He's got it right there on that little, what do you call that little reflector marker? I don't know, it's not a bow marker. It's a little marker. You flew right up on it and he had that orange on him. Probably one there too, I really couldn't tell. Their activity level could be also based on what their food source is doing, you know. If the little flying bugs are more active, then they might be more active too. They seem to be more vocal near the time of the sun going down too, don't they? birdies. License plate says Lion King. Okay. This is well too, because I don't necessarily want to go deal with any Iowa City stuff right now. But then again, depending on what time I depart, let's see. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 6. Rest area 1 mile. I was curious about that, what do you call it? Wireless internet, I think the sign was calling it. Probably don't have it here. Let me see, it does say something. Vending machines, wireless internet. Yeah, it says wireless internet. So, I don't know. This is it. Doesn't really look too elaborate. Big rigger parked out here on the ramp, but there's parking spots available, bro. I'm not sure what that's all about. That's cool. It looks like there's some like covered area, like a little bench right there. There's a couple of them. Oh boy. Alright, family. This looks pretty alright. I think I'll be able to grill some stuff there. Little bird there. Ruach Yahuah. And I got actually a little bit of a like slant like this, so that could be well too for the sleeping. All right. Baruk Atah Yahuah Nitara for Mashpaka. Please give them your gil, Shalum, Chasad, and your Qadashayam of Yahusha HaMashiach. Cover us and deliver us from all wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash. Amen. Shalom, Shalom.